So let's start with good morning, everybody. I said good. I said everybody. Good morning, everybody. Good. That's a little better. So thank you for being here on this. I'm told it's Black Friday today. Is that right? So thanks for being here rather than out there. So, ladies and gentlemen, beyond tolerance. What lies beyond tolerance? What's the space on the other side of tolerance? Is it a breaking point? Is it a bursting of the dam when you feel that I just can't put up this pretense anymore? I'm tired of being politically correct. I'm tired of having to pretend that I don't have any concerns or any fears in case I get branded a racist or a xenophobe or any of the other phobics. Can I not just curl up in my post-truth blanket and enjoy my expertophobia? Is that a word? Fear of experts. So is that what lies beyond tolerance? Or is it the space, one of mutual understanding, one of appreciation where someone's coming from? Or as my friend Belinda would say, empathy. Is it a suspension of judgment? Or is it a proactive seeking of diversity? I don't know about you, but I certainly feel that the forces of polarization are tearing at our social fabric right now. And sure, some of the sources of stress are very real. Economic, demographic, technology challenges, the fourth industrial revolution even. But some of the others are man-made. And unfortunately, I think we are gullible suckers for it. We all have our biases, we have our prejudices, we have fears, grievances, and all of that are very legitimate. But when we let all of these get hijacked and whipped up from frustration to rage, from rage to hate, and sometimes to violence, that becomes an issue. I think we've become rusty at constructive conflict. So if you disagree with me, it must mean that I hate your guts. Straight away, I will question your integrity and your motivation. I just can't isolate the person from the disagreement. I also can't separate or compartmentalize the issues of disagreement. So if you disagree with me on this topic, I just have to disagree with you on the next topic, just to retaliate, because it works as tit for tat. President-elect Trump. How long did it take to get to Trump? For any conversation nowadays to get to Trump, it's about 30 seconds or so. I think I lasted about a minute. In fact, somebody has offered, Peter, is it you, offered to pay £1 for every mention of Trump today? I see. So whoever mentions the word Trump pays £10 to a charity today. So I'll pay my £10 with this one. President-elect Trump. 2 tweets from him recently, if anyone's been following. So first one, the cast and producers of Hamilton should immediately apologize to Mike Pence. Nothing wrong with that. The other one, I cancelled today's meeting with the New York Times when the terms and conditions of the meeting changed. Again, nothing wrong with that. Except that he had inserted 2 clauses into each of those. So the first one read, the cast and producers of Hamilton, which I hear is highly overrated, should immediately apologize to Mike Pence. And the second one says, I cancelled today's meeting with the failing New York Times. It wasn't failing 5 minutes ago when the meeting was still on. But in both cases, the descriptive clauses don't really, they might be true, but they don't add to the argument. The only purpose is to attack and denigrate the subject of your conversation. But don't laugh too loudly. I don't think this is an aberration. I think you and I do it all the time. And there are real consequences to that. Closer to home, Brexit and some of the parts of that debate, fears around migration, homophobia, bashing of judges that you don't agree with, or even generalized bashing of certain professions and those apparently evil but unnamed big corporations that we like to talk about. The license for all forms of generalized hate, religious, secular, right-wing, left-wing, they all come from the same place. So today we'd like to see which of these possibilities lie beyond tolerance. And I'm extremely excited about the distinction and the sheer variety of the speakers that we'll hear from today. Education, business, academia, arts and entertainment, politics, media, social media. We really need to bring in as many perspectives to bear as we can. And what outcome are we looking for? Well, I'd like to know a couple of things. Can we stop ourselves as individuals from succumbing to some of the emotional triggers of polarization? And can we as a community become more resilient to exploitative polarization? So the next time someone comes to me and says, with the language of us and them, we can say, no, we're cool. We have problems, but we're dealing with it constructively. Or the next time someone says to me, you're excluded, you don't belong here, I can point to areas where I have been proactively included and say, what are you talking about? Or the next time we read a headline in the media or social media that's deliberately designed to get my goat, hopefully I won't give them my custom. Is it all a bit too idealistic? Possible, but obviously I don't think so. Smoking was cool in my dad's generation. It's not so cool anymore now. I think our attitudes to climate change, the LGBT community has changed dramatically between the last generation and this one. And we will hear today there are real inspiring stories of real positive change taking place all over. So I'm optimistic. What lies beyond tolerance? Well, I hope it's constructive conflict. It's proactive diversity. So let the counterinsurgency begin. Thank you. Let me now introduce our guest of honor, Hanan Al-Hroob. Hanan is the winner of the 2016 Global Teacher Prize. She'll be joined on stage by Firdaus Babu. Where are you, Firdaus? There, hi. Firdaus will be speaking in her own right later on in the program, but she'll be helping Hanan with the translation. Hanan grew up in the Palestinian refugee camp Bethlehem, where she was regularly exposed to acts of violence. She went into primary education after her children were left deeply traumatized by a shooting incident that they witnessed on the way home from school. Hanan embraces the slogan, "No to violence," and uses a specialist approach that she developed herself, detailed in her book, We Play and Learn. So ladies and gentlemen, Hanan Al-Hroob. Please. Is this okay?
Good morning. سعيدة أني موجودة بينكم اليوم.
I'm very happy to be with you today.
لنحكي عن أكثر موضوع بشغل العالم كله اليوم، مش منطقة محددة بذاتها.
To talk about an issue that's of a great interest to the whole world, not for a specific area.
بتخيل إنه التعليم أهم وسيلة ممكن نعالج فيها كل المشاكل اللي بيعاني منها العالم كل اليوم.
And I think education is the way to handle all the problems that the world is facing today.
راح أحكي عن بداياتي.
I'm gonna talk about my beginnings.
طبعا ولدت في مخيم اللاجئين الفلسطينيين.
I was born in the refugees camp for Palestinians.
وأطلق علي لقب لاجئة.
And I was called a refugee.
وأنا ما اخترت هذا الاسم.
It's a name that I didn't choose.
لكن دفعت ثمنه غالي.
But I paid a very high price for it.
وكانت حياتي مليئة بالمعاناة والألم.
And my life was full of suffering and pain.
ما بتذكر إني في يوم من الأيام كنت طفلة أو عشت طفولة.
I don't remember that in my life I have experienced childhood or being a child.
ولكن انطلقت من هالاسم واستمديت من هذه المعاناة قوتي وإصراري للبحث عن الأمل والأمان والسلام والحب.
But I started from that name and I went on my journey in search of peace, love, security and
الحب والسلام بداخلي ومن حولي.
Peace and love inside me and around me.
طبعا اجتزت تحديات كثيرة.
I have overcome a lot of obstacles and challenges.
وبعد كل هالمعاناة أنا اليوم الفائز بجائزة المعلم العالمي بإصراري وقوتي وإرادتي للوصول إلى هذا المكان.
And after all this struggle, today I'm the winner of the Best Teacher Award with my determination to get to where I am now.
كما تعلمون نعيش في بيئة أو في أكثر مكان معقد في العالم.
As you might know, I lived in the most complicated area in the world.
والعنف اللي بنواجهه من الاحتلال الإسرائيلي موجود كل يوم وبيعانوا منه أطفالنا بشكل مباشر أو غير مباشر.
And the violence from the Israeli occupation our children have to face almost every day.
العنف اللي بيشوفوه طلابنا بينتقل لصفوفنا الدراسية عن طريق سلوكياتهم.
The violence that our students experience is transformed into the classrooms through their behaviors.
العنف بيتمارس ضدهم بشكل مباشر أو غير مباشر. يعني أنا أصغر أسير فلسطيني عمره 8 سنوات.
Violence against our children could be conducted directly or indirectly. For example, the youngest Palestinian detainee is 8 years old only.
تفرض الإقامة الجبرية على بعض الأطفال في بيوتهم ويمنع من الذهاب إلى مدارسهم.
And some children also face obligatory residency in their homes and they are not allowed to go to their schools.
من هنا انطلقت من السلوكيات العنيفة اللي بتوصل عندي للصف من تجربتي أنا الشخصية، من تجربتي مع أطفال اللي تعرضوا للعنف، من الأطفال اللي بيجوني لداخل الصف الدراسي. العنف اللي موجود عندهم كان لازم إنه أوجد حل.
And from there I started from the behaviors that our students bring to the classroom and from my experience with violence. I wanted to find a solution for all this violence.
رفعت شعار لا للعنف.
I started the motto no to violence.
وبمنهجية نلعب ونتعلم استطعت الحد من العنف في سلوكيات طلابي.
And through the methodology of we learn and we play and learn, I was able to reduce the violence in my students.
أوجدت بيئة مشجعة وآمنة لطلابي في الصف بتوفر فيها السلام والأمان المفقود خارج الصف.
I was able to establish an atmosphere that is peaceful and comfortable to give to my students the safety that they needed and they couldn't find outside the classroom.
واستطعت إيجاد توازن نفسي عند الطلاب اللي بيجون للصف المتعرضين لصدمات من جراء العنف.
I was also able to find a psychological balance for the students who come to class after they have experienced violence.
بعيشوا حياة مختلفة داخل الصف مبنية على الثقة واحترام الآخر وتقبل الآخر والتعاون والتسامح.
They live in the classroom in atmosphere built on trust, self-confidence, acceptance for other people, and tolerance.
الأطفال اللي بيتعرضوا للصدمات بحاجة لرعاية خاصة، وأول أكثر شيء مهم لإلهم معالجتهم نفسياً من آثار الصدمات قبل ما نقوم بتعليمهم، أهم من تعليمهم القراءة والكتابة.
Children who go through trauma, they need special treatment, and we need to work on the psychological side before we teach them the general education. They need this therapy more than they need to learn how to read and write.
من خلال الألعاب استطاع تغيير سلوكيات، جعل حياتهم الصفية داخل الصف أكثر متعة، أكثر فرحاً. أنا بحكي مرحلة الطفولة وسمتها اللعب، فهو سعيد. استطعت إدخال الألعاب في المنهاج فصار المنهاج أكثر متعة للطالب.
Through playing, I was able to change the classroom atmosphere into cheerful, joyful, happy place.
جميعاً بنسمع عن السلام وكل قادة العالم بيحكوا عن السلام.
We all hear about peace and all world leaders, they talk about peace.
استطعت إيجاد سلام أو فرض سلام أو سلام في داخل صفي، فمش صعب إنه يكون السلام في كل العالم إذا قررنا.
I was able to create and impose peace in my class. So it's not hard to find peace if we all have the will and if we decide to.
من خلالكم اليوم إذا صوتي مسموع اليوم ويسمعوا قادة العالم كلهم.
Through you today, if my voice can reach to all world leaders today.
على قادة العالم أن يتوقفوا عن التحدث بشعارات، يكفي شعارات.
World leaders must stop talking about mottos and empty words.
يجب أن تتحول هذه الشعارات أفعال على أرض الواقع، وإلا لا نريد أي قائد موجود في العالم أن يتحدث عن السلام بعد اليوم.
These words must be turned into actions. Otherwise, we don't want to hear any world leader talking about peace.
نريد السلام أو نحيا بسلام ونعيش بحب. أينما يوجد الحب يوجد حياة.
We want
شكرا
peace.
لكم.
We want peace. We want to live in peace and love. Where is peace and love, we can live together. Thank you so much.
Good morning, everyone. Lutfi, congratulations on putting this on today.
Well, there's
My name is Vikas Poda. I'm the Chief Executive of the Vaki Foundation, and Hanan is the winner of the Global Teacher Prize, an award that our foundation gives because we believe that a great teacher makes a huge difference. I have been brought up with the belief that education is the solution to everything. Any question, the answer is education. Simple as that. When we've seen the news about the Garissa attack in Kenya, where a university has been attacked and hundreds of students have been butchered, when you see the tragedy of the Boko Haram in Nigeria, when you see what's happening in northeast India, when you see what's happening in Pakistan, every single moment, every single opportunity, education is the answer. That is the fundamental belief that I've been brought up with. But yesterday, these foundations were shook. We hosted a roundtable with 3 of the kids from what is called the Calais jungle in London. It was the first time they were speaking about their education journey. And what they were expressing and how they were talking made me very ashamed and very embarrassed, and actually made me think, well, is education the antidote towards all this, this move towards intolerance? So today's panel actually digs a little bit deeper into this subject, and Lutfi wants to keep it pacey, wants to keep it very sharp. So in that spirit, today what we're going to try and do with our panelists is try to get an understanding from their perspectives as to whether education is the antidote. With me on the panel, we have Hanan Al-Roub, who you've met or who you've heard from. We have Ayla, from Turkey, who is the chief executive of a network of non-profit organizations, and she's always been committed to education. And a lot of these organizations are in education. Welcome to you, Ayla. Please show her your love. We have Jonathan Simons. Jonathan is the head of education at the Policy Exchange think tank in London. Prior to this, he was the head of education under Gordon Brown and David Cameron at number 10 Downing Street. And I suppose I'm going to start with him. In this country, you don't think about intolerance in this country, but yesterday what I heard was the intolerance from us in this country was pretty sharp. I apologize for putting such provocative questions, but it's to flesh out, the meat in this discussion. Jonathan, it has been known. I'll hand you the mic.
Okay.
It has been known that actually education policy is driven from Downing Street. You are at the heart of it. Are you to blame?
I'm to blame for a lot of things, but I suspect not global intolerance. I think where the UK government has gone wrong, and I would say that this probably applies to a lot of what you might call sort of Western liberal governments, is the sort of 1989 end of history thesis. That, with the coming down of the Berlin Wall and the end of the Cold War, we had entered this period of broadly sort of peaceful spread of global liberal democracy, the spread of what you might call Western or cosmopolitan values, the spread of free market economics, and alongside that, the growth of education, not just in the developed world, but in the developing world as well. And certainly when I was in government, there was a pretty shared and so deeply held that it was never articulated feeling that this essentially was a new golden age that we were living through. Within the UK, the economy was doing very well, tax revenues were booming, and really the question was about how you distributed an ever-growing pie and what we did to sort of take people on to, the new 21st century. There was definitely a sort of millennial aspect to it. And I think as part of that, the hubris is huge. We completely underplayed and undervalued not just feeling of economic stagnation, although we now know in retrospect, of course, that there was huge economic stagnation and still is in this country, but we missed a widening cultural disconnect from a lot of people that did not feel part of this end of history. And I think that played out in education, and it played out through things like the Trojan horse. And I do, I don't take all the cop myself, but I do think that we did undervalue and underappreciate the level of intolerance which still exists.
It's really interesting when you think about intolerance and what's happening in the world. You use the words Trojan horse. Can you just explain to the audience today in terms of what that was and what the results of any investigation that happened into that were, so we all understand how actual radicalization actually has developed in this country, perhaps in the school sector?
So Trojan horse is a phenomenally complex affair, and many of the facts are still contested. So let me give you a sort of 30-second summary of what people have spent a long time looking at. Essentially, the allegations, which have been more or less substantiated, but by no means accepted by everybody, was that there was an organised conspiracy or plot by a group of Islamic radicals in Birmingham, but not exclusively in Birmingham, to take control of some of the UK schools, and through doing so, instill values which are contrary to those of Britain and liberal democracy. And that manifested itself through things like segregation. It manifested itself through the inviting in of so-called extremist speakers. It manifested itself in the teaching of values which were contrary to British values. And this came to light because a letter was discovered in which essentially, and in retrospect, slightly short-sightedly, this entire plot was written down in a manner sort of slightly redolent of a Scooby-Doo episode. But I think it was a deeply, deeply troubling affair. As I say, it's by no means uncontested, and I'm sort of slightly dancing around some of the legal issues which are still at play here. But there is a clear understanding that there was a decent proportion of the community, not just in Birmingham, but in other cities which have a large Muslim presence, where people are actively trying to get on the governing body, become the head teacher, control the schools, and through that control the curriculum, and through that control what young people are learning and how they're learning. And, that had and still has massive reverberations within government. And there have been, innumerable inquiries launched on the back of it, and indeed the Prevent strategy, the fundamental British values, which all state schools are required to sign up to. All of that more or less comes out of Trojan Horse.
Thank you for that, and thanks for keeping it short. Ayla, I'm going to come to you now. Ayla, what is your experience in Turkey in terms of on this subject?
So, for those of you that saw the programme before today, you were probably expecting to see Lord Michael Hastings. So I stepped in yesterday after Lord Michael, just to confirm that he's not going to be here, unfortunately, due to a personal emergency. But I want to, before I talk about Turkey, can I just quickly pick up on a couple of things that Jonathan has said? We seem to spend a lot of time talking about extremism or radicalization, and that's not necessarily, although it's very real and it's a threat and it's a danger, I think that a lot of what we're experiencing in different societies around the world, not just Turkey or the UK, but it's a more subtle, pervasive kind of prejudice and bias, and that actually manifests itself in inequity and inequality, and then it can fester and even flip, as we've seen over the past political development. So, I mean, that's one thing to bear in mind, that when we talk about tolerance, it's often we talk about the extremist end of the spectrum rather than what is maybe what we are all experiencing in our everyday lives. The second thing is that I'd like to pick up on is what you said at the beginning, Vikas, around education being the answer to all the world's problems. And while I've been working in the education field for over 22 years, now, from early childhood right through to higher education, both non-formal and formal education, both field and the policy side, I've unfortunately come to the view, especially with the developments that I don't know if you've been following in Turkey, that education is really not the answer. Not the answer by itself. So I must underline that. It really is not the answer to itself. Education is not in a vacuum. It's not something that just happens in the classroom. And it's not something that we can just resolve in the classroom. It has to be in harmony with other forces in society, and that can mean, you know, the political system, the economic system, the justice system, etc., etc. So, without going into that point further, for me, the whole notion of tolerance, it really breaks down to, or even extremism, it breaks down to like one very simple character, and that's understanding and valuing the individual and identity. Now, that might sound oversimplistic, but I don't know, if you're a young girl growing up in a very conservative, secluded society, being accepted and valued as a young girl in that community can actually mean it can be huge, and it can mean the whole changes to your life opportunities. So, final point, and then maybe I can carry on about Turkey in the second round if you like. But final point I'd like to make is about education, and you know, education access rates have been rising across the world. We probably have higher education access in least developed countries than we've ever had in the history of our world. But the problems is not the fact that we're getting bums on seats. We are doing that. We may even be having teachers in classrooms. And for any of you that are working in the field of education, you all know that it's not necessarily about the physical inputs. It's about the quality, and it's about the content, because that content you can actually use, as we've seen in many of the extremist examples that we've been. The education can actually be used as a tool for something else entirely. I don't know. Many of you may know that there was a study done by a few people, and it's been talked about. It's been published by University of Cambridge and Chatham House. That a study done back in 2007 in Middle East and North Africa looked, and it was almost half of the jihadists there were educated, and something like 44% of them were actually engineers. So that's food for thought as well. Okay. So Turkey is obviously an interesting country at the moment, because we've enjoyed, or I've seen in my career, the enormous advances that we've been able to make in terms of educational attainment in the country. We now have universal primary access. We now have close to 90% secondary school access. Higher education rates are higher than they've ever been before. But when you look at the country in terms of kind of future that it's promising to these young people, it's not quite where I'd like it to be. So has what we've done in our country really been a force for good? And that's the point that I made earlier about the content. For many, many years in Turkey, the content of education was actually quite a nationalist, ultra-nationalist content. It was based on rote learning. It didn't really encourage critical thinking. It didn't really encourage discussion in the classroom. You know, the examination testing system was all multiple choice. So in that when you're raising those kinds of children that aren't designed to or aren't encouraged to question, that aren't encouraged to discuss, that aren't encouraged to embrace or even accept diversity, then there's not really much you can say about how we want to be going. One of the things that we've believed in, and I hope that I'm going to get a chance in the second round, I've looked beyond I think there's a lot we can do before the child even enters the education system. And that's actually in the child's earliest years, and it's in the home. Because we know from both neuroscience and neurobiology and economics that the investments that you make in the earliest years and the values and the stimulation and the content and the care that you provide in the earliest years to the child, and also the content of that care. You know, children as young as 6 months old can do social referencing. You know, when a stranger comes into the room, they look to their parents to see what does the parent do? Are they anxious? Are they so? Anyway, I'd like to talk a little bit more about that, but I don't want to take up more time. Thanks.
Thank you. Before I come to you, Hanan, I just want to make everyone aware that we are going to take questions on the floor after Hanan. So if you do have a question, please indicate by putting your hand up, and when you do ask your question, please introduce yourselves properly, and Lutfi will come around with the mic, I assume. Hanan, thank you for your speech. We've got to know you over the last 6-7 months at least since you won the prize. There's so many stories I can tell you about how you've been universally congratulated, you know, for what you do in the classroom. You've heard a mixture of responses, you know, over here. Do you believe? How do you respond to the claim that education isn't working as an antidote to intolerance?
شكرا بكاس. أنا بقول إنه لا، التربية ممكن تكون علاج للتعصب وعدم التسامح.
Thank you. I would say no, education could be the answer or the treatment for extremism.
لأنه الطلاب بعيشوا زهرات عمرهم وبدايات تشكل وعيهم وقيمهم في السنوات اللي بيقضوها في المدرسة ولاحقا في الجامعة.
Because the children live the years where they start to build their personalities in the school and later on at universities.
المدرسة بمنهاجها العلني والخفي هي اللي بتصيغ الطالب قيمه ومعارفه وسلوكياته وتوجهاته.
So the school, through the educational curriculum and other activities, has a huge influence on the child personality and behavior.
لكن هون بدنا نحكي عن مضمون الكتب اللي بتلقاها الطالب والمدخلات اللي ما بنستطيع أحيانا السيطرة عليها.
But here we need to talk about the topics in the school books and the things that we can't change because it's already in the books.
مثل توجهات المدرسين، ميولهم الدينية والسياسية أو قناعاتهم، الأنشطة اللامنهجية، الصور، مضمون المسرحيات اللي بتنظمها المدرسة.
Also, the teachers' ideologies and beliefs, which could be religious or political, in addition to the extracurriculum activities, the plays that the school can arrange for the children, for the students.
فبنعتبر إنه هذا كله منهاج خفي في كثير من الأحيان بيأثر أكثر من المنهاج الرسمي المتمثل بمضمون الكتب المدرسية اللي بتشرف عليها الدولة.
We consider this as an invisible curriculum, and it also influences the children beside the curriculum that the school have control over.
برأيي التربية ممكن تكون علاج للكثير من الأمراض الاجتماعية، ليس فقط عدم التسامح والتعصب بل أكثر من ذلك، لأن التربية ممكن بتعد مواطن فعال ومشارك في مجتمع وبيحمل قيم مدنية وإنسانية.
In my opinion, education can be a treatment not only for extremism and radicalization, it could be the answer for further social problems because it prepares the person with their values.
You can keep the mic. What is working from your classroom perspective? Unlike Jonathan, who works in Whitehall and Westminster, Ayla is an NGO leader. You're actually different in the sense that you're in a classroom, you teach kids on a daily basis, and you've taken time out to be here with us today. But what does work and what doesn't work?
أكثر الأمور اللي بتساعد تحقيق نتائج إيجابية لما بيكون في تعاون من أولياء الأمور وبكون عندهم معرفة بمجريات الصف، بيكون في تعاون مشترك بين بعض في وضع الخطط وكيفية مساعدة الطلاب.
Most effective and positive things in the classroom is when we have coordination with the parents, when the parents of the children know what's going on in the class and they could help us.
بيكونوا على وعي كامل بمشاكل أولادهم وطريقة إيجاد الحلول، بيساهموا في إيجاد الحلول لمشاكل أولادهم.
Parents would be fully aware of the problems that face their children and they contribute to finding answers and solutions.
برأيي إذا بيشاركوا المجتمع بوضع رؤية التعليم أو طريقة التعليم بيكون أكثر بنحقق نتائج أسرع وأكثر.
In my opinion, if the whole society take part in the education system, we could gain a more successful and a faster results.
Thank you for that, Hanan. Any questions from the floor? There are two over here, Lutfi, if you could please pick those up.
Yeah. Can we get the lights in the house, please?
Questions in
Okay. 1, 2, and then 3 at the front. So who's the first one? The lady at the back.
Hello. Hello, Sahlan. I wanted to say my name.
Please introduce yourself.
Yeah, my name is Rana, and I was a director of many NGOs dealing with the Arab world and conflict, and I'm also a mediator. So I believe in conflict resolution. But I know Hanan is so optimistic here, and even being a mediator and wanting to mediate these things, I'm not as optimistic. I don't think education is the solution alone, and I agree with Ayla, that it's this, what's happening around them. And if you're, how can you expect, in a way, the person who is the underdog, who's continually being beaten to the ground, to still be the sort of peaceful one and trying to initiate peace? You need the stronger party to come in and want to resolve the conflict.
Do you have a question?
Yes. My question is, do you believe you can solve sort of, apart from education, political situation through mediation?
Okay, great question.
Second one.
Over here in the middle.
The gentleman here.
Okay, we'll go over there. Lutfi, the third one's over here, please, in the middle.
Right. Hi, my name is Matteo. I used to be a teacher. Now I'm a life coach and leadership trainer. My question was, how do you deal with, exactly, you mentioned getting in early with family. So presumably there's an element of the parents' tolerance rubbing off on the kids themselves. So it's not as easy as molding the kids. You also have to convince the parents that it's worth it. In the United States, there's been a lot of studies on the backfire effect. Trying to educate people, for example, around vaccines actually caused them to believe against them even more. How do you deal with the backfire effect on parents who might actually become even more ideological? Even more ideological after you try to convince them.
Great question, thank you. Third one over here, please.
Caroline or Catherine?
Catherine,
Okay, for Catherine. Are you sure?
So I should have raised my hand further.
Thanks for an excellent panel. There's a quick question for Jonathan. You referred a couple of times to British values, which was a phrase used a lot in speeches by David Cameron.
He wrote them.
In the months and years before he lost the referendum campaign and disappeared from British political life. I'm just wondering if that phrase is actually helpful, and if so, how it's even defined compared to, let's say, French values, Palestinian values, Canadian values. Is it actually a really unhelpful contributor to the troubles we find ourselves with right now?
Great, let's start with that, Jonathan. I think that these mics are working.
They're working. So on British values, it has been very unhelpfully received, but I think it has been at least partly deliberately unhelpfully received. So look, this is my view. Is there such a thing as a uniquely British value that is not shared by any other society and country? No, clearly not. But that is not the same thing as saying that there are not. You can call them what you want. You can call them Western values, cosmopolitan values, liberal values, Enlightenment values. You can call them what you want, but simply to kind of say, well, look, the French share our values, of course. But that is not to say that those values are therefore not important, and we as the British government should not try and teach British children in British schools. And so I think whilst it's unhelpful because it allows people to say what is uniquely British about them, it is profoundly important that as a liberal secular democracy, the elected government of the country doesn't try and say, look, these are the things that we stand for and these are the things we are going to teach our children. I think that the second question, which is, how do you teach parents those values when they actively push back against, is a really, really good question. And we grapple with this all the time in public policy because you're absolutely right, whether you're talking about vaccines or whether you're talking about parenting classes or whether you're talking about almost anything, it's very, very difficult when people feel they are being lectured by the state in an ever so slightly patronising way, which, let's be honest, a lot of the time it is, it is a natural human reaction to recoil. And so, we tried for a long, long time in government. The evidence around high-quality parenting classes is very, very successful. When people go to parenting classes, on the whole, they really enjoy them, they keep coming back, and they learn lots, and they are better parents to their kids. You can make them voluntary, and you have a sort of adverse selection effect where people who don't really need to go. If you look at NCT, for example, which is very, very expensive, hugely oversubscribed, but largely by middle-class parents. Can you get the parents who the state might want to go to parenting classes through the door of parenting classes? No, you cannot. It's almost impossible. You can cajole them, you can bribe them, you can bully them, you can mandate them. There is nothing you can do. And everything that you do to try and push them through the door is almost entirely counterproductive because they go in instinctively not wanting to listen. So how the state tells people to do things which are empirically good but that people don't want to do is one of the most tricky questions in public policy.
Thank you for that. Hanan, I'm going to come to you on that in terms of how do you get parents to play ball? No, not football. I realized when I asked the question, I was heading to trouble.
بالعادة أنا وإشي أساسي بعملي لازم يكون في دور لأولياء الأمور معي. يعني أنا بقوم بتربية أولياء الأمور بالتوازي مع تربية الطلاب.
In my work, there is an important role to the parents. So what I do basically is educating the parents at the same time that I'm educating their children.
لتحقيق نتاجات بوضح المشكلة لولي الأمر فهو عليه إنه يختار إما بتعاون معي أو إنه ابنه بده يضل عنده هذه المشكلة فهو بضطر يختار إنه يتعاون معي.
In order to reach the results, I explain to the parents what the problem is and then they have to face the choice. Either they cooperate and we help the child or their children will grow up having the same problems.
بصطدم بعائق أكبر عائق بواجهني لما بكون في اختلافات في السياسة في التوجهات السياسية.
And my biggest problem and a challenge when we have political differences with the parents.
Thank you for that, Hanan. Ayla,
I have a lot to say on this subject.
You have exactly 90 seconds. So can you pick the first question, which is to do with mediation in particular, please?
But please let me talk to you afterwards because we've had over 20 years of parenting experience and I don't actually agree. We have been able to reach the most hardest to reach for 12 to 25-week programs. and it's been hugely successful. So there is a way that there are different techniques that you can use to engage those that need this the most. In terms of mediation, yes, I think there is a huge role that can be played. And as a leader of an NGO, we've seen multiple challenges in Turkey over the past 20-odd years. But for me, a turning point was a number of years ago when I spoke to a very prominent NGO leader, someone that I hugely respected, and she was in tears. And I said, "What's wrong?" She said, this young girl that I'd been working with for so many years, I'd been supporting her family, I'd given her scholarship, the NGO had given them scholarships, she'd gone to university, and second year of university, she decided to cover up. And she was in tears. She was a liberal, secular NGO leader. And I said, "But why are you so upset?" She said, "But that's exactly what I didn't want her to do." I said, "But shouldn't you be glad that you were able to enable her to make her own choice, if that's the choice that she made, and that's the one that she thinks is good for her?" Aren't you? And she wasn't, because she was although she was trying to promote tolerance, she was so intolerant of herself, and she wanted to impose her own worldview. And that's where I think that we failed in Turkish society. I think that as an NGO, we have failed in building the bridges that we needed to do. We have failed in mediating with the others, in talking to the others. And even as a liberal NGO leader, I don't think I've done enough to talk to people and to try and work together and collaborate with people that don't necessarily hold the same view. I've only heard the term echo chamber a year ago. And it seems that we have been living in our own echo chambers for much, much longer. So, yes, there is so much more we can do on that.
Well, thank you all so much for joining me on this panel and for organising this. I imagine that over the coffee break there may be questions to all of you. Healthy disagreement between both of you, please take it upstairs. Please join me in thanking the panel.
All right, we'll now go to a segment that we call Sparks from the Arena. We have some very distinguished attendees here today, and we'd really like for them to give us some insights. They're sparks, they're meant to be a minute or two. And we'll follow that up with some insight blasts, and these are 8-minute, 10-minute talks about various perspectives. So I'm hoping the pace will really pick up, and we'll get a lot more participation from you in this. So we'll start with thank you so much for this. You're coming for a spark later as well, right? Okay. So for the first spark, which will be over here, allow me to introduce probably my oldest friend here in the audience, Catherine Tomlinson. Catherine and I went to school together. She's the head of BBC Media Action Asia. Please go ahead.
Good morning. So I suspect most of you have never heard of BBC Media Action. It's the BBC's international development charity, not Children in Need. And we train journalists, and we also make programmes for people in countries in Asia, Africa, Middle East and Europe. Like the rest of the BBC, that doesn't fund us, so your licence fee doesn't fund us, our mission is to educate, entertain and inform. And where I think I come in here is that education often must be entertaining for people to engage with it. So Lutfi asked me to speak about, to stand on the spot, and to speak about a programme that we've been doing in Myanmar, which I'm sure most of you know is riven with ethnic conflict, and the conflict in the Rakhine State is only the most internationally well known, and in fact, I think that's problematic that that's the focus, but that's a different story. So we've been producing a radio programme called The Teacup Diaries. When we did the research to work out how to do this programme, we realised that people lived alongside people in other groups, but they very, very rarely talked to each other. They knew next to nothing about the people from different groups. And we also discovered that religion was seen as more divisive than ethnicity. So people felt that they could cross ethnic boundaries, but religion just seemed to be completely alien to them. So we've been producing a drama that is set in a tea shop. And we picked a tea shop because tea shops are places where people go to talk, to debate, to discuss, to meet each other, to just drink tea. So the family in the tea shop is a Bama family, but they have people from different ethnic groups working in the tea shop as the chefs, they have customers, they have distant family relationships. So there's a number of different storylines. It's very dramatic, it's very exciting, it's very high production quality. It represents to people in Myanmar life in Myanmar. And if any of you know anything about the media of Myanmar, there is very little representation of reality for most people. So that in itself is brilliant for the Myanmar audience. And that's one of the learnings from our evaluative research, that people engaged with this educational program because it's entertaining and because it reflects their lives. The second thing we discovered from our evaluative work is that people really did start to understand the other from listening to an entertaining program. So it's very deliberately not didactic, not educational in any overt way. A bit like The Archers was designed to teach people about pig farming, but they didn't realize that. They were listening to a romance and a man who was trying to build his business. But as they listened to that, they learnt about pig farming. So similarly in a lot of our programming, that's the approach we take. Education has to be entertaining. And the third thing we found was that people did actually start to learn techniques for better resolving conflicts through listening and seeing it being, or hearing it being modelled in a radio program.
Thank you very much. I will not introduce Noor until after she's spoken. Here you go.
Okay, good morning. Let me first introduce myself and then I will share my story with you all. My name is Noor Khalid and I'm a Palestinian refugee in Lebanon who was so fortunate to be offered a scholarship by Blue Rose Compass and UCL to pursue a degree in engineering. Well, I faced many obstacles coming here to London. It all started with my visa getting refused 3 times and me missing my first term at university. Well, BRC had to pull so many strings and put in tremendous effort to extend my entry dates here at UCL. Miss Lorna, the CEO of BRC, and my official UK guardian, Mr. Peter Lacey, had to go on Twitter war with the UK ambassador. Constructive. Until he finally responded to their emails. After my 4th attempt applying for a visa, I finally got my visa just a day before my last chance to be at UCL. That was the last extension date. So I had to travel the next morning and finally I got here to London. As challenging as it was to catch up on all the lessons I missed, I missed 4 months of university, I finished my year with a distinction and UCL was so impressed with the results, so they changed my scholarship from undergraduate degree to a master's degree. They extended it. And yeah, I'm in my 3rd year now. I'm also a UK STEM ambassador, inspiring young girls to become engineers in this country. And I really can't wait to graduate and start helping and giving back to my community. So I give what I've been offered and push that to people like me. Thank you.
Excellent. Well done. It's amazing. STEM ambassador for girls here in the UK. Next up is Sonia Medina. Sonia, you have a mic. This is your...
Evidence shows clearly that since the 80s, inequality is rising throughout the world. And a point has now been reached where less than 100 individuals own the same wealth as the poorer half of the human population. Or expressed differently, the top 1% own the same as the remaining 99%. This trend, which continues unabated, is now slowing world growth and restricting investment in development. It is starting to directly impact the democratic process, as we have seen, and it is becoming profoundly destabilizing of the global world order. It is the root, I believe, of the backlash against climate policies around the world from the far right. A fear that embracing a clean energy future will destroy jobs and leave people behind, increasing inequality. In a post-truth world, Sadly, science and expert analysis carries less weight. But the evidence is overwhelming. Unabated climate change is a risk multiplier. It will increase the number of people affected by famines, that get sick, and that have to flee their homes. It will increase the number of children that cannot get an education. We began 2016 with the thrill of having secured one of the biggest climate wins in history, the first ever universal climate agreement. It was a fantastic example of multilateralism, accommodation of diversity, and successful dealing with constructive conflict. A global agreement that gives us the chance to get to grips with the massive challenge of climate change. But sadly, we are finished with worries about the future of America's and Europe's leadership on this issue, which has been a crucial foundation for the most progressive agenda on climate in a generation. Where do we go from here? Has the climate community done enough to understand those that oppose us and their fears? Are the set of solutions to the climate challenge linked to the reversal of inequality in the world, to the values of citizenship, to the acceptance of diversity, to our ability of dealing with constructive conflict? I certainly think so.
Thank you very much, Sonia Medina. So the first of our insight blasts. Would you like these two, or do you want my...
No, I'll be fine with that, thank you.
All right. So first of our insight blasts, I'll just let you carry on.
Hi, I'm Caroline Watson, and I run a group of organisations that use participatory theatre and creative education to empower migrant and refugee populations. We also do work with leaders in corporations to look at global leadership issues. So I would like 6 volunteers to come to the stage. Could you put your hands up, please? And if I don't get any volunteers, I'll force you. We've got 1. Veronica, can we have someone else? Yes, come on, I can't see who that person is, but please come up. 4 more volunteers, please.
Do you need gender diversity?
Don't be shy. Yes, brilliant, perfect. If you could come up, please.
Now we need men.
4, where's the men?
Come on, guys.
Okay, Naif, brilliant,
Naif.
and Scott, thank you so much. Okay, and if you could just pair up, please. Have we got 6? Have we got 6? We were missing 1 person. Jitesh.
Caroline, would you like house lights? Are you okay with this?
No, it's fine, it's fine.
All right?
Oh, no, he's running away. He's not coming up to the stage. 1 more person. I thought we had 1 more volunteer. Okay. Can I see? Come on. It won't be scary. Don't worry. Perfect. Great. Okay, and if you could just pair up. So maybe, I don't know, Veronica, maybe if you could come here, okay? And if you could pair up, you two together. Right, so I'm going to give each pair a relationship. Okay? And what I want you to do is to just make a picture using your bodies. You don't have to speak, but I want you to demonstrate that relationship. Okay? A relationship. So, I want you to be teacher and student. Okay? I want you to be parent and child. And I want you to be criminal and policeman. Okay? So you have just a few seconds to show us that relationship. In freeze form. We got... Okay, just think quickly and then we'll have a look.
My camera is not very good in this light.
Quick. Think about what you're going to do. Think about it. So hold that position. I'm just going to ask the audience. Okay, our first relationship here. I would like you to give me a number from 1 to 5 as to how much status each of these people has. Okay? So, for example, can you tell me, on a scale of 1 to 5, 1 being the lowest, 5 being the highest, how much status does this person have? 5. And this person here? 0, okay? Over here? 3? 1, okay. This has got 5. No, 1 to 5 only. So sorry, this one's got how many? 5. 4. Interesting, very interesting. Okay, right, so the next thing you have to do, thank you, you can relax, is I want you to do exactly the same relationship, but to change the level of status. So if in this case, this person had higher and this person had lower, I want you to show a relationship where the status is reversed, but the relationship is the same. Okay? Are we good? Are we done? Okay, what's changed? What can you see that has changed? The body language of suppression, did you say? Right, can you give me some examples? Like what have you seen? Right, okay, so she in a weaker position, even though we know this is a policeman. Right, okay. And what was it like before? It was very aggressive. Mm-hmm. It was very, very much a sort of strong visualization of power, as we think of power. Yeah, okay. Right, anything else? What about over here? Why do you think that might be?
Giving space for the other person to talk, maybe.
Right.
Yeah.
Do you think that's to do with the relationships or just how they've shown them?
Maybe how they've shown them. I don't know.
How they're showing it, how they're demonstrating it. So literally, what about their body language or the way that they are standing, even things like their eye contact? What might show us that?
Oh, sort of like the kind of listening like that.
Right.
And the kind of, trying to figure out what the other person is saying.
Just taking the time to listen?
Yeah.
Right, okay. Does that confer higher or lower status or on the same?
Oh, good question. I feel like maybe on the sort of same, it's kind of giving more space for both parties to kind of level out a bit.
To balance out. Okay, great. Thank you. Any other comments? Okay, great. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Really appreciate that. Thank you. So this technique was a technique devised by a brilliant thinker called Keith Johnston, who in fact used to work in very, very underprivileged communities of London as a teacher. And he found it very, very difficult to keep control of his students. And he wasn't a theatre professional himself, but he decided to start experimenting with theatre in the classroom. And he would particularly use techniques like this to get children to really look at status and power relationships in society. And he ended up using theatre to completely take over these students and completely inspire them and enable them to learn. And really what Keith Johnston was saying is we think that status is a label that we have in society. We think a CEO has a much higher status than a cleaner, for example, or a parent higher than a child, or a policeman higher than a criminal. But what Keith Johnston felt was that in our language and our behavior, the respect we accorded to other people, all helped us to raise our own status, but also to raise the status of others. And that it was fundamentally our choice when we went into interaction with somebody, how we chose to show up and also how we chose to bring out the very best in the other person that we were working with. And I fundamentally believe that that is what ordinary, everyday leadership requires, and that it's actually a choice that each one of us make, whether we are a CEO or a parent or even a child. And that really that is the role that we all have to play, and we can no longer look to, our elected officials or even people that we perceive to be in positions of power and give them this power that they may or may not deserve or even be able to function well in society, that it's up to each one of us to be able to take that leadership. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Lutfi, and hello, everybody. My name is Scott Weber. I'm the Director General of Interpeace, and a friend of Lutfi's and a number of you in the room. Very pleased to be here on this very topical issue. I'm going to talk to you about the principles of peace building. Now, to put it in context, 1.5 billion people today live in situations of conflict. We are facing the worst humanitarian crisis since the Second World War. But when you break down the numbers, 80% of the crises that we're facing are conflict-related. Only 20% relate to natural disasters. More troubling, though, than that, is that 2/3 of those crisis situations are in protracted conflicts of 8 years or more. Now, the key question we should be asking ourselves is not how do we respond better to those crises, but rather why aren't we resolving them in the first place? Why aren't we preventing more of these violent conflicts in the first place? In international affairs, we're much better at stopping wars than we are at building peace. 60%, in fact, of peace processes fall apart within the first 5 years, and it's closer to 80% within the first 10 years. Now, what is it? Do we not know how to build peace? Are we not applying the lessons of what we've learned? I would argue that we do know how to build peace, we're just not applying those lessons. In the words of a former UN colleague, and to paraphrase for this, he said that in international affairs and in conflict resolution, no wheel shall go unreinvented. And it's the fact that we don't apply what we already know. But we have to start by actually changing our notion of conflict. I was very pleased with the title of the event that included constructive conflict. Because conflict is natural to any society. Conflict is a confrontation of interests. It's a confrontation of ideas. In our societies, in the UK, for example, you have mechanisms and institutions, be they formal or informal, to deal with those conflicts, to manage them in non-violent ways. Many countries around the world either don't have those institutions, or they're too weak, or they're not trusted. So the real task of peace building, and in fact the definition of peace building, is not to prevent conflict. Building peace is not about preventing conflict. Building peace is fundamentally about building trust. It's about strengthening the capacities in society to manage conflict in nonviolent ways. So we don't try to do away with conflict. We try to manage it in nonviolent ways. Now, building peace, as I said, is about building trust. The first thing to be destroyed in a conflict is trust, and it's the last thing to be rebuilt. When we say trust, we mean social trust between different groups in society, and issues of tolerance and acceptance are central to that, but also trust between the people and their authorities. Now, the beautiful thing about trust is I can't force you to trust me. You have to willingly give me your trust. And so the best I can do is actually to act in a trustworthy manner. In Kinyarwanda, the language of Rwanda, they have a saying where that is that we can't trust each other if we don't sweat together. We actually have to try to do something together, build something together to start trusting each other. And what we see in conflict zones where no one trusts anyone, where one group thinks the problem that divides them is A, the other group thinks the problem that divides them is B, if they can't agree on what is dividing them, they can't work together towards a solution. You have to own the problem if you want to start working on the solution. So often the starting point in peace building is to get groups to agree first on what the problem is that divides them. Then they can start the path of building trust with each other. The second lesson is that peace has to be inclusive. Most of the conflicts that we deal with, we work in 22 different conflict zones around the world. Most of them can trace their origins back in one way or another to some form of political, social, or economic exclusion, and a sense of injustice that comes from that. We worked on the truce between the youth gangs of El Salvador. El Salvador was the second most dangerous country in the world after Syria. We negotiated a truce between these youth gangs. It brought the murders down by 60% in the country. It went from number 2 most dangerous country in the world to number 44 for 2.5 years. I went to visit one of the gang leaders in a prison to ask him about why he is remaining committed to the truce, how he sees the future of the gang, etc. And he told me that the gang exists largely because society has failed. The gang represents something positive also for youth in society. It gives them a sense of belonging, a sense of dignity, an opportunity for social advancement, which is what young people are looking for all around the world. Exclusion is tearing our societies apart. I'm not going to use the T word. I used it. 10 pounds. But across Europe, we're seeing this, across the US, but these are the same issues that I deal with in the most fragile states in the world. And therefore, I think we need to put extra emphasis on creating more inclusive societies all around the world, not just in the most fragile ones. Now, the most excluded groups in society are youth and women. Now, the problem is that you can, as we are slowly learning, with time you stop being a youth, but you don't stop being a woman. So the fundamental challenge, I believe, is actually women's full participation in society. The third lesson is that peace cannot be imposed nor imported into a country. It has to come from within. The people of that society have to be the ones to come to those solutions themselves. And the sense of ownership is central to that. I can't force someone to change. They have to want to change. I can't walk into someone's house and tell them how to raise their children. They'd kick us out of the house. They have to come to their own conclusions about how they can raise their children better. And the same thing applies for peace. We too often come with our own ideas of what a society needs, rather than listening to them and what their aspirations are for their own future. Now, I would like to end with a message of hope, because we are all bombarded in the media and in our conversations today. I just got back from Washington. Washington feels like it's a morgue right now of depression. I think we have to recognize where things are going right. In conflict resolution, we do a lot of work to do what we call conflict mapping, to look at where are things burning and why, who hates who owes who money, why are they fighting, etc., to try to resolve those violent conflicts. What we've started to do, which is applying a very innovative approach, I believe, is what we call peace mapping. It's to look in a society that's fragile, in a society that's divided, where is it working? Where are things not burning and why? What can we learn from a village that did not fall to extremists next to the one that did? Peace mapping is actually teaching us more about how we can help societies build a greater inclusion and greater peace than looking at the parts that are actually in conflict. There's a question from the audience. But just to say that we don't have to look very far to find the sources of hope and aspiration. What we need to look at and ask ourselves the question in our own societies: why aren't things worse? What are the sources of resilience that are binding us together as a society? Because those are the factors that we need to use to build upon and to address the issues of exclusion in our own societies. Thank you very much.
Let's move to the next Insight Blast, and really for me one of the highlights of today. Naif Al-Motawa, ladies and gentlemen. Woohoo!
Thank you. And is this on? Do I turn it on or is it on?
It's on.
Hello? Hello?
It's on, right, guys? It's working. Yeah, it's working.
It's working, okay. Well, good morning, and thank you for the opportunity to talk to you today. My talk is going to be a combination of kind of history, a little bit politics, try to keep it from T-word and into arts and entertainment, which is how I chose to address tolerance and intolerance. But just to give a backdrop as to why this slide is up first, one can't escape from the intolerance that's being espoused in the name of my religion. And just to go back to the Danish cartoon controversy or what happened with Charlie Hebdo, this whole idea about images in Islam and how it's against the religion, all this stuff, people kind of tend to forget that this was the second commandment that came to Moses, right? This idea of not worshiping images. And the question is, well, why have the other faiths been able to find different interpretations of this that takes it outside of the realm of conflict, whereas we're still stuck in that place? And I think a lot of that has to do with language and the evolution of language. So for over 1,000 years, the language of religion in Europe was that of Latin. But over the years, because languages breathe and they grow, vulgar Latin, French, Italian, the stuff that the lower classes spoke, came up, right? And with every year, the Pope had more and more control over language and therefore more control over religion. Okay, and extremism was not born with Islam. They're in other religions. And so what happened that broke this for Europe is King Henry, who really, 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 really wanted that divorce, right? And the Pope wouldn't grant it, so he translated the Bible into English and Martin Luther into German, and Europe woke up. Europe woke up because finally the language they spoke matched the language they wrote in, which matched the language that they thought in. Go back to my part of the world. Every prophet, we believe, came with a miracle. The prophet Moses could turn a stick into a snake because the language of the day was magic. But the prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, his miracle was the language in which the Quran came. But if your miracle is language and language evolves, what do you do? And what we did is we came up with all kinds of rules to grab it from breathing, and therefore disconnected the relationship between the language we speak in the Arab world and the language we think in and the language we write in, and gave more control over interpretation to those that speak the Latin in our part of the world. Okay? So against that backdrop, I'll introduce myself. My name is Naif. I'm a clinical psychologist. I teach at the medical school in Kuwait, where I've been teaching for the last 12 years. I'm a hypnotherapist, licensed in New York, and recently came out of a 1.5-year trial on blasphemy, which I came out not guilty. Who knew? But it was an ordeal. But I want to kind of take you into where this is coming from, the history behind it, and how I've been using arts and culture to promote tolerance in my country. So it starts with my first book, which I did when I was 24. I just came back from the US. A man had been fired from his job in a Kuwaiti dry cleaning company because of his religion, which apparently is important when you're a dry cleaner. And the guy that fired him gave out leaflets to the community apologizing that had he known this guy's religion, he wouldn't have hired him to begin with. And I thought, oh my God. So I wrote about it in the newspapers, didn't hit the spot for me, so I wrote and illustrated my first book called To Bounce or Not to Bounce, which is about a land called Bouncy Land, where everybody's round. In that society, they judge you based on two values, how high you bounce and how fast you roll. That's it. Main character is born as a half circle, can't do either. His parents are dreaming about what he's going to be when he grows up. He's a half circle, can't do either. And people judge them because he can't do the two things that are expected in the society. So he tries to change himself. They make fun of him in school. At the end, though, there's a archetypical flood. This is, where do I point this for it to move? There we go. So because of his shape, he turns into a boat, and he saves them one by one and forces society to reevaluate the importance of diversity. So it's about gender equality, it's about height, weight, whatever it is you want. It's meant to reflect the reader's thinking depending on their age and where they are. And when I do this at schools, usually during bullying week, I get asked to do this, or anti-bullying week. The kids who are 6 and 7, they make fun of you if your shoes are old or your haircut. But when you're in high school, they make fun of you if you're from a Bedouin family versus non-Bedouin, or your religious sect, or etc. So it basically reflects the reader's thinking. So this book ended up winning an award from UNESCO for tolerance in '97, and I end up doing a sequel called What's in a Name, what was in English, came out in Arabic. And then he goes to a land called Rainbow Land, where everybody's a half circle like him, and he expects acceptance, but they don't accept him, you see, because they're more sophisticated in their prejudice in Rainbow Land. So they judge you according to the color of your bow tie and where it is on the rainbow. So red is better than orange, better than yellow, all the way down to violet, the worst place in societies. And they have marriage laws of any good society might. If you have a red bow tie, you can't marry anybody with a blue ribbon, because what does red and blue give you? Yeah, last place on the rainbow. Okay? So when he asked them why they live their life in that way, they point up to the sky. They say it's the natural order of things. Very rightist argument. And when he points to the reflection of the rainbow in the river, he shows them that what's on the bottom is now on top. Okay? This book did fine. My third book got banned. And I quit writing at the age of 27 and came back with my superheroes 5 years later. So book 3, I wrote, I'm the father of 6 boys. And usually when I tell people this in the West, they say, do you have any girls? I say, we don't talk about them. If I had a girl, I'd tell you I have 6 boys. But when Muhammad, my first son, when his mom was pregnant with him, I wrote a book called about a land called Thailand, but I spelled it Thai, T-I-E land. And in Thailand, they judge you. They're huge. They're these larger-than-life characters, and they wear neckties, not bow ties. So 2 new things got introduced to the storyline. So he goes to visit this place with his father, this main character, Bouncy Jr., the half circle, and for some reason, nobody knows why, all the Thailanders are now the same size as everybody else. They ain't so big anymore. But because of their laws, their ties are disproportionate to their body size. So when they roll, their ties get under them, make them slow and inefficient. And when they bounce, their ties cover their eyes. They don't know where they're going to land. And those that take off their tie in protest get shunned. So when he asks to see the law says you must wear of the ties of your fathers, not the ties of your fathers. So they get every tailor in town, every tie in town, and from the same material, they cut out new ties to better serve their modern day needs. So I get asked the Ministry of Information, point blank, this is about the Quran, isn't it? And I said, huh? I said, do you think somebody reading this in London or Tokyo is going to think Quran? It's about tradition and modernity. It's for my son. I mean, he's now 20, but I mean, and we're having this tug, as any father-son might, about what's right and wrong and tradition, whatever. That's what it was about. It wouldn't fly with them. I quit writing at 27 and came back with my superheroes. So, I'm going to just skip this slide. Okay. Okay, I see what happened. The wrong slide got deleted. No problem. So I'll take you now to, that was age 24. Age 30, I had just graduated with my doctorate. I had completed a few master's degrees, including an MBA. Came to London. I was in a cab ride going from Edgware Road to Harrods, which is a pilgrimage every Kuwaiti makes once a summer. And in that cab, my sister turned to me and said, Naif, you told me that after school you go back to writing. I'd illustrate. I can't draw. You saw my circles, and my circles looked like triangles. Like those were my drawings. So I said, yeah. She said, what do you think? Because she's very good. She's an artist. I wanted her to shut up. I mean, I wasn't thinking going back to writing for kids. I just did all these degrees. Didn't make sense. So I said, for me to go back now, it's got to be something that has the potential of Pokemon. Otherwise, it doesn't make sense. So she shut up. But I started to free associate, as any New York trained psychologist might. So I said Pokemon. My next thought was there had been a fatwa against Pokemon. My next thought was, my God, what's happened to Islam, and who's making these random decisions for my children? My next thought was Allah or God, which according to Muslims has 99 attributes, which by the time I got to Harrods brought me full circle back to Pokemon, which is a concept of 1,000 attributes. And I had the beginnings of what became the 99, my superheroes. And I developed a pitch, and the pitch went like this. This is back in 2003. I went to my investors and I said, all superheroes are based on a Judeo-Christian archetype. So like the prophets, all the superheroes are missing their parents. Batman's parents die at 6. Superman's parents die in Krypton. Spider-Man's raised by his aunt and uncle. And all of them, like the prophets, have a message delivered from above through a messenger. The prophets get it from God through Gabriel, but Peter Parker's taking that photograph when the spider descends from above and gives him his bite. It's Gabriel coming down. Or when Superman's parents send him to new parents in a little spaceship. This is the story of Moses on the Nile. And the reason for this is because there's a Western conspiracy. No, I'm kidding. The Bible is known as the greatest story ever told. Over 1 billion people transact in that language, right? So Hollywood just repackages it. And so there's new stories based on older architecture. My pitch to my investors is nobody's done this with the Quran. The only ones using it in the mass media are the bad guys. Let me go in, lift some storylines, secularize them, and create what became my superheroes. So I was able to raise money, and I tell people of all my accomplishments, the one that I'm the proudest of is I'm the only Kuwaiti that went to Lebanon and actually came out with money. So this is 2003, Baghdad had just fallen, but over the course of history, Baghdad has fallen many times. One of the most famous is in 1258 when the Mongols invade and throw all the books from Dar al-Hikmah library into the Tigris, and the Tigris changes color with ink. I rewrote that story for my used historical fiction. So in my version, all that knowledge in the books gets saved onto 99 stones, which are smuggled out of Arabia into Andalusia and Spain, where they stay for 200 years. But when Grenada falls, the stones are dispersed all over the world. So 33 go on the Nina, the Pinta, and the Santa Maria and are spread in the New World. 33 go on the Silk Road to China, Asia, and Southeast Asia, and 33 are between Europe, the Middle East, and Africa. And now it's 2016, and you have 99 heroes from 99 different countries, each of which having one of these attributes that God has in the Quran, which are basic human values, values that all of us share as human beings: generosity, wisdom, foresight, just basic stuff. Some of the characters: American hero, Saudi hero. We put a Saudi and an Iranian hero on American television 5 years ago without anybody noticing, which is fantastic. From Indonesia, from the UK, etc. We got very lucky with the press. Story with that is I cornered a New York Times journalist before I even had a product in December 2005, and I pitched him. I think I scared him because he said, "Okay, we'll write about you if you just leave me alone." And you know, he said, "But Islam and cartoons it's not a timely story." He said, "It could be next month, it could be next year, just wait." So I called him up New Year. I said, "Happy New Year." He said, "Thanks, we had a baby." I said, "Congratulations, like I care. When's the story coming out?" And he said, "Naif, just wait." And then a few days after that, what happens? The world explodes in the Danish cartoon controversy. I became timely. Okay, so they started chasing me, and the full page in the New York Times would change my life forever, because anybody Googling Islam and cartoon, guess what they got? They got me. Okay? It led to a theme park that launched in Kuwait, the 99 Village theme park. It led to various language editions of the 99 comic books, how we started. It led to a couple of licensing deals, but also led to a TV show, which was written by the writers of Batman, Star Wars, etc., which was on TV all over the world. Here in the UK, it was on RTE. Big resistance in Europe to our project. So it came out, and I'll tell you about the story in the US, but came out all over the world, came out on Cartoon Network in China, came out and became the first IP from our region to actually go global. This led to a lot of fun stuff. So my fifth boy, when he was born on New Year's Day 2009, my dad called me and said, "I want you to call him Barack. Obama was going to be president in 20 days. I said, "No, thank you." And then somebody else called. They said, "We heard you had a child." I said, "Yes." They said, "Boy or girl?" I said, "What do you think?" And they said, "Great. Now you have enough boys to liberate Palestine." And I thought, what happened to playing basketball, right? So I took those two thoughts and I wrote an article called Barack al-Mutawa about why I would not name my son Barack. So who publishes this? The Chicago Tribune. On Inauguration Day, January 20th, a few days later, in the op-ed pages. So you know the president saw it. So park that. That same day, Marvel releases a copy of Spider-Man with Obama on the cover with Spider-Man, which is a signal to the world that the president likes comic books. I didn't know, which is not important, but what was important is Paul Levitz, a friend of mine who headed DC Comics, didn't know either. So Paul's Jewish, and his son was dating a Muslim woman. And I write about religion a lot, and we have lunch once in a while, and we talk religion and stuff. And so Paul, I went to him, had lunch with him in February that year, and I said, "Paul, Marvel beat you." He said, "I know, we're still trying to figure out how to respond." I said, "I have the solution." And I pitched him an idea which he loved, which I didn't expect. So they say, you don't know what you're going to get until you ask for it. So I said, how about when the president reaches out to the Muslim world, which eventually became the talk from Cairo, how about the 99 reach back out to Batman and Superman and Wonder Woman, which is the first time in 15 years they actually do a crossover with characters they don't own. 6 books came out that have Batman, Superman, and a Wonder Woman who finally found her clothes after 70 years of looking. They were there. Just wearing a jacket, and I'm actually going to skip the video, but basically the president had a few words to say about this project, called it the most innovative response to his Cairo speech, which was an amazing highlight for us. But that opened up the gates of hell for me, because what happened is I became guilty by association, both to the rightist groups in the US as well as the rightist groups back home. So we got our first fatwa from Fox News. Obama's Muslim, and this proves it. He's trying to brainwash your children using Sharia superheroes. Anybody watching the show become radicalized, become a jihadi. My favorite criticism was we can't let those Muslims brainwash our children like the Mexicans did with Dora the Explorer. This happened, and you know who they voted for, right? Anyway, I didn't say the word. But this also, so New Year's Eve 2013, big hashtag on Twitter wants to put me on trial. So same thing. So back home, I became also non grata. So this lawyer behind it started. Then he wrote to the sheikh in Saudi, the 7 kind of council, and put things in perspective. So a fatwa is the answer to a question without checking the contents of the question. There's no due diligence. So if you ask the question to the right, you can answer the right. You ask it to the left, you can answer the left. Okay? So this council, he wrote to them. So they give a fatwa against the 99. Now, two interesting things. One of the people that actually signed the fatwa for the 99 a few years before, because we were funded by a Saudi Islamic bank. Okay? So again, the question so I agree with what they said about the 99, 100%. They're correct in what they said. The problem is it's garbage in, garbage out. What the information they were given was all lies. But this put me in a position for the first time of giving a talk, because I give talks in Saudi all the time. My wife's Saudi. My first post-fatwa talk in Saudi was in May, a couple months later. And I was thinking, do I fly? I was feeling a bit scared. Like maybe I should drive to the border. There's a problem. I drive back. It's like, you know what? I'm not going to let them terrorize me. I'm just going to go. And I went. There was no problem. One of the kids asked me, said, have you ever been sued because of the 99? And I said, that's an interesting question for a 10-year-old. Why? So well, our religion teacher said not to watch the show because nothing good will come of it. And I said, so what'd you do? He said, honestly, we had never heard of it. We all went and watched it, and we loved it. I was like, okay. So he comes back again. So the government ignores his call for my trial. He comes back again in June, tries to follow me on Twitter. I block him, open the phone, 5 missed calls from a police station in a remote part of Kuwait. And Kuwait's small, but I mean, there are places I haven't been to. So he found his cousin at a police station who was willing to call me in for questioning. Okay? So I start to get worried because after this, he gets another fatwa from Kuwait. Again, same garbage in, garbage out. And then the death threats start happening. Thousands on Twitter. The hashtag is who's going to kill me. My mother finds out because it's on the front page of Kuwait's newspapers. So this led to just an escalation. And so and in the end, it was the U.S. State Department that interfered on my behalf to take the hashtag down because according to Twitter's policies, they kept saying there's nothing wrong with it. I'm like, hire somebody who knows Arabic because this is not a cool hashtag to have on there. So somebody who thought, there we go. This is a selfie outside my interrogation at the police station. It was actually a fun interrogation. It was very, as far as blasphemy interrogations go, it was actually quite humane. But they were very professional, and the one question I got asked after it was months of stress. I didn't know what to expect. He says, you've been accused of insulting God and Islam, and what do you have to say? And I started laughing, totally unrehearsed laugh from the heart, and I said, me, as for 10 years, we've been the only positive voice talking about positive values in Islam. And meanwhile, while this drama is taking place in Kuwait, Sheikh Mohammed awards me the Islamic Economy Award for this project for media. Just see kind of what's happening in our part of the world. So it's not all bad news. And the government has now, in Kuwait, has put me on the Supreme Education Council, which is interesting given that there's the Islamists who are after me are actually going to be back in parliament. The elections are on Saturday. So we'll see how the next chapter of this plays out. So how do you respond to that? How do you respond to this intolerance and these death threats in a way that is constructive? So I thought, go back to basics. Go back to my original characters. So this new book's coming out in Saudi soon. And basically, it's called Triangular Traditions. And the character, this is the land before Bouncy Land, where nobody has any bow ties. They're just circles. Okay? And they find triangles. One of them kind of goes into a triangle field and gets hurt. It pokes him. It's like, what's this? They have no idea what this thing is. And so they have a council meeting. They get together and they decide that all the boys would wear the triangles on their chins and all the girls would wear them on their heads. Okay, so that seemed like a cool tradition to start. They started that. But after a while, people weren't happy. They're like, this is itchy. This is itchy. I don't want to do this anymore. So some of them decide, let's take these off and let's see what else we can do. So they figured out by playing with the triangles, they can create bow ties and ribbons. So they do that. These guys are happier now. Nothing on their chins or heads. But then when the elders find out, they say, no, you can't do that. So they draw a line in the sand, and those that want to wear them on their head and their chins go to the east of the line, and those that wear the bow ties go to the west of the line. So all's good, but the next generation, you have people from each side wanting to be like the other side, right? So, they kind of, and so what happens is that, this time it's serious. Both sides say, no, this can't happen. This violates our traditions. So they take away their triangles, and from the same cultural constructs that represent religion, tradition, whatever it is you want, they create weapons this time. And from the triangles, they create spears and arrows, and they go to war against each other. And they realize generation after generation that they're just killing themselves, right? And so then they decide to get together, and from the same triangles, they create slides for entertainment, rooftops for security, and pyramids for culture. And together they work on a journey for peace. So that's how I chose to respond to what happened. This is coming out in Saudi soon, hopefully. So this is where I started. It's my office in Kuwait where I'm seeing clients. I've been doing this for many, many years. And my 99 for me was an opportunity of, when you're a psychologist, you work with one person an hour. But I believe media isn't just about reflecting reality. Media can actually create reality. And we've heard a couple examples here from various insight blasts. And this has been used effectively all over the world. And so this is one of the things that I wanted to be involved in and very proud of what I've been able to work with. So out of curiosity, how many people have read The Catcher in the Rye? Okay. How many of you have killed in the name of that book? Nobody's committed any murders after reading the book? No? You laugh, but 37 years ago, Mark David Chapman shot and killed John Lennon with a copy of that book in his hand. And he told police that book drove him to kill. A year later, John Hinckley tried to kill President Reagan. He too referred to the same book. So I leave you with a question. Whose fault is that? The book? Or the deranged lunatic who pulled out his own messaging? Thank you.
Now we move on to the second of our three panels. This is the one on the role of business. I'll let Catherine Howarth, the chair of this panel, to do the honors, please. And if the panelists would also go up on stage, please. Peter Lacey, of the Twitter fame, Lord Jitesh Gadia, Janice Lopatkin. A round of applause for the panelists. Come on, guys.
I don't know if this is on. Yes, it is. It's going to be a hard act to follow that extraordinary story, but somewhat of a happy ending there. And I hope we're going to have this session be a very positive one. The focus of our discussion for the next few minutes is going to be around the role that business can play in championing and exemplifying truly tolerant, beyond tolerant attitudes that really kind of stimulate diversity in the workplace, diversity in the boardroom, and of course encourage and enable and facilitate diversity and tolerance outside the workplace, in the community, and in fact across the world. Because I think the business community clearly plays an incredibly important role through trade, encouraging, and has done for many, many centuries, millennium, people to mix and connect and get to know each other through transacting and getting business done, and in the process, learning about each other and becoming tolerant of each other, accepting and respectful, positively respectful of each other. So we've got a brilliant panel here. We've got Lord Jitesh Gadia, who's got a glittering business career and much experience to draw upon for this. So really looking forward to hearing what you say. Peter Lacey, who similarly is a great leader in the business community, a great thought leader, particularly on circular economy, but we're breaking him out of his circular economy mold and getting him onto diversity this afternoon. Are we already in the afternoon? Not quite. And then Janice Lopatkin, who at World Jewish Relief has been doing some amazing work to work with the business community on reaching out and employing refugees, which is a wonderful living example of the role that business can play in encouraging tolerant attitudes. So we have to be realistic. I'm not going to mention the what word, but the orange. The orange one,
That's 20.
Has 20. Okay, has run a campaign where things that we never thought would be heard in a political campaign were said, and the orange one is the winner. And so these are frightening times in a sense. They really are a time when I think, obviously, people in civil society are trying to figure this out, but I think we need business to be a real buffer and join together with civil society and saying, come on, let's truly overcome some of the danger that comes with some of the rhetoric we're hearing from politics. And I do think there's a really important role for business. So I want you each to kind of give your initial reactions and thoughts and any things that you've prepared. And then let's get into a bit of a discussion, and then we'll open it up to the floor.
Thank you, Catherine. And firstly, can I just add my appreciation to Lutfi for organising today's wonderful event. And he challenged us to consider what lies beyond tolerance, which, and the word itself sort of effectively implies some grudging acceptance, which frankly is not great. And I hope that we move beyond mutual respect to actually positively celebrating diversity. But I think one of the issues, and I think Isla mentioned the word echo chamber. It does feel like we're preaching to the converted here in this theatre in the middle of London, and there is an element of confirmation bias in terms of the people who are actually gathered here, and that's really been the challenge for business in many respects. And I would say that business has been playing catch up when it comes to these issues, and it sort of responded in a very Pavlovian way, particularly I would say in the UK, in the sense that businesses manage what they can measure. And actually, if you look at the recent UK experience, where targets have been set, particularly I would say in the case of gender diversity and equality, things have happened. So in the UK, certainly following the Davies report, which set basically a 5-year target to double the number of women on FTSE 100 boards, lo and behold, the number went up from 12% to today 26%. So things happened, and now there is a new initiative led by Sir Philip Hampton and Helen Alexander, which has expanded that to saying that FTSE 350 companies should set a target of 33% of women on boards by 2020. And also to address the fact that I think only 7% of executives immediately below board level are actually women, and to try and target that as well. And so that has actually then creeped into or expanded into ethnic diversity. So Sir John Parker, the chairman of Anglo-American, has recently, over the summer, published a report on ethnic diversity, where I think the numbers have been sort of similarly challenging. So whilst 14% of the UK population are called people of colour, only, and that number will, by the way, grow to, it's predicted it will grow to 20% by 2030 and 30% by 2051, which will be effectively the most diverse country in Europe by that time. On FTSE 100 boards, we only have 8% and only 1.5% of UK citizens from BME communities. So he has come up with this concept of beyond 1 by 21. So by 2021, to have at least one person who is non-white on FTSE 100 boards, and for FTSE 250 by 2024. And I think this is a target and a project which is out for consultation, and will report by next year. So those of you in the room who want to contribute to what has been suggested can certainly still do so. And the irony is that all of these things have happened because actually it's elderly white men who have actually helped to make them happen, which is quite a interesting point. But it does beg the question, why do these things only happen when there are targets, when you effectively have a sort of a push rather than the pull of a positive business case? And frankly, I think that has been one of the issues, that we haven't actually been able to articulate the fact and prove the fact that actually, if you do look, if your organization looks more like the customers that it's trying to serve, then you are going to be more effective. You're going to create more value. You're going to produce more financial returns. Likewise, if you look like the community you come from, you'll be able to recruit better talent. You'll be able to manage your supply chains better. There has been some evidence, which I brought along with me, that has started to do that. So McKinsey has shown that there is a diversity dividend, that the sort of top quartile in terms of most gender diverse companies are 15% more likely to outperform from a financial perspective, and those who are most ethnically diverse are 35% more likely to outperform. And I think if we can build that evidence base, then actually what will happen is that the stakeholder that is not at the party at the moment, which are frankly shareholders, they will then, I think, influence this as well, because clearly shareholders are not going to be satisfied if the companies they own are leaving value on the table. And then we will actually, through that sort of pull factor of the positive business case, I think we will also get shareholders doing their bit as well.
Very good. Well, thank you very much so far for an inspiring morning. I think this is a very, as you say at the beginning, a very tough act to follow in terms of some of the quality of contributions. I want to talk about 3 reasons why, at a personal level at least, I think this topic of going beyond tolerance to embracing and thriving and indeed creating advantage out of constructive conflict, of citizenship, diversity, is such an important issue. The first thing I'm going to talk about is the power of ideas and why it contributes to the power of ideas in organisation. The second is to talk about why I believe it's a capability. It's not just, I think, something that can be left to be managed as a nebulous concept or something that's on the softer side. I think Jitesh is exactly right that it can, some things can be measured, some things can't. But actually, I do think it's an organizational and individual set of capabilities that we need to think about, and how we think about trust, how we think about empathy, how we think about taking some of those themes into a business setting. And the final point I want to make is really around why it's not going to get less important. Over the next 5 to 10 years, if anything, it's going to become a critical determinant, not just of our success as organizations, but success in society more generally. So let's start off with the first one, the power of ideas. So like all organizations, global companies at the moment, this is a major focus for us, whether or not it's gender diversity, ethnic diversity, whether or not it is matching, as Jitesh mentioned, the customer diversity that you have in your marketplace, or indeed your supplier diversity, and helping to foster diverse organizations that feed into your global supply chains, or whether or not it's diversity in the workplace. And we can talk a lot about that, and I'm happy to sort of do that in the discussion phase. But the very personal view that I have is that this is just great business from the perspective of generating new ideas. As an organization like Accenture, that's essentially what we sell. 380,000 people around the world who, there's no software, there's no real IP, it's people who are deployed to solve clients' problems. And if you come at that from a homogenous perspective, if you sit a group of people who think the same, come from the same backgrounds, linguistic, cultural, LGBT, all of those things, guess what? You come up with very traditional, very unchallenging sets of ideas and solutions. The richest teams that I've ever worked in from a consulting perspective have always had not only that diversity, but that respect for diversity and that willingness to listen to others and that willingness to take that on board and to challenge. So for me, it's actually, for something like Accenture, it's absolutely core business. We don't always get it right. We can do a lot more. We can learn from outside of the organization. innovation, but it is as simple as that. It's competitive advantage, core business in innovation and generating new ideas. So that's one way I think you can go beyond tolerance to recognize the power and the importance. I think the second point then is about the capability. I think for those of us who spend a lot of their time, I personally specialize in working in very difficult environments in contested industries, looking at multi-stakeholder dialogues, things like oil and gas, things like mining, where actually you find real, genuine conflict. These are legal activities, but they have huge ramifications for communities, huge ramifications for those engaged in the production, for example, in this case of natural resources. And one of the things that you find, thinking of very specifically a client that we're working with at the moment in the mining sector, is that top managers typically rise to the top on the basis of having been brilliant at finance, having been brilliant engineers, having been a great marketeer, all those things that get you to the top. And then suddenly you get to the top and maybe you're in charge of a mine or a country or a region or exploration and production. And the biggest issues you face are those complex stakeholder environments and trade-offs, conversations with the regulator, conversations with your workers, conversations with local communities. And they are woefully ill-prepared in order to have that conversation. They don't have the tools, they don't have the knowledge base, they don't have the mindset. That's just one example of why I think this ability to empathize with stakeholders, being able to understand the dynamics that occur in terms of identity, self and other, and how social reflexivity, Anthony Giddens, who was previously the director here, looked very much at this sociology dynamic of social reflexivity. Understanding that dynamic as a core business skill in settings that are full of conflict is something that you need to develop, something that can be taught, or at least can be created as a learning experience in action learning, putting people in certain settings is very, very important. So it's not something to lead simply to the softer side of culture. This is something that can be ingrained in the way we think about organizations. I think the third and final point I would make about this beyond tolerance concept is that it's never going to be never going to be more important than in the next 5 to 10 years. And the reason I say that is quite specific. I think if you look at the underlying challenges that we've faced, which have really come to a head, I think, certainly in liberal, secular, capitalist, sort of advanced economies in the last 12 months. I think many of us have faced a number of real wake-up calls, even those of us who've been working on some of these issues for a long period of time. I think if you layer on top of those challenges that increasing backlash against the models that we've created in governance, in markets, the sense that globalization is under threat, that it might go into reverse unless the positive case is stated and value is clear for the many, not the few. I think if you layer on top of that the next 10 years and what some call the fourth industrial revolution, some are calling kind of the digital transformation, we are at the foothills of probably the most profound period of change in the last 50 or 60 years, certainly in our lifetime, in terms of the extraordinary combinatorial impact of advances in physical materials, physical environments, biological and human genome, and then digital technologies such as artificial intelligence, big data, cloud computing. All of these things are going to change the way we live and work and the systems that we interact with each other. The world is never going to be, and this is a worrying thought, it is never going to be slower than it is today. The world will never be slower again than it is today. We are constantly going to be accelerating and creating more complexity. And against that backdrop, that intensity, that pace, that complexity is going to create a platform and going to drive more and more conflict, more and more challenges, more and more need to be able to engage and build trust between communities. And so that's where I would finish and say that if we want to deal with this problem, it's not going to get less important, it's going to get more important for businesses, for societies, for organizations, for individuals. And so what I would say as a call to action is that we need to move from this negative language, I agree completely with Jitesh about beyond tolerance, towards embracing and thriving and seeing this as the way that we create advantage for individuals, for organizations, and for societies as a whole.
What I wanted to do is just explain to you a little bit about World Jewish Relief and the work that we are currently doing to support Syrian refugees into employment. What I'm going to be talking about is actually a very practical project that's happening at the moment and is actually, I suppose, testing our tolerance and the business community's tolerance. We are, World Jewish Relief is a humanitarian organisation, relief organisation, supported by the British Jewish community. We were established to support refugees fleeing Nazi Germany. And in our, so over the years, what we've developed is a global humanitarian program that helps vulnerable people across the world, Jewish and non-Jewish. We work in areas of disaster, so we will provide immediate shelter, food, medical care. But we also stay within those regions and we look at ways that people can rebuild their lives and create a sustainable future. One of our most recent campaigns has been to support Syrian refugees in Turkey and Greece. And that's been one of our most successful campaigns in raising money and sending over help. Now, when it was announced in 2015 that David Cameron said that 20,000 Syrian refugees would be coming to the UK, the question was, do we have a place? Is there something we can do to support people? We carried out some research and we found that the area of need that would be here is actually support into employment, because people were going to be given housing, they would be given medical care. The basic needs are met through the current scheme. But there was going to be no additional support to get people into work. And as we know, being employed is one of the best ways to successfully become part of the community that you have now found safety in. It is seen to be the best way to integrate. So we decided that people would probably need some support to do that. We have language barrier, there is the barrier around qualifications, equivalent qualifications in the UK, understanding the UK employment market, a whole range of things that we are now currently helping people to overcome those barriers. And where we're doing that is in Bradford, and we're doing it in a small project. We decided to start in Bradford because they were the first council to accept Syrian refugees. So we had a group of people who would be able to work. Now, the other point to make about this particular refugee program is, in order to come to the UK, to be resettled, you have to be considered a vulnerable refugee. So we know that from the 20,000, well, we know that at least half are children, and then we know a number will have significant medical issues which will prevent them from working. But what we do know is that it's estimated that between 6,000 to 7,000 people will be looking for work. Because when you are resettled here, you are immediately, if able to work, put on job seekers allowance. And you are, in fact, obliged to work. As well as it being a helpful thing for your future and rebuilding your future, you are also obliged to work. So what we have done in Bradford is we've, as I say, taken a small group of people and we have worked with them to get them job ready. We've doubled the ESOL provision, the English language classes, because obviously that is the biggest barrier to people finding work. We've supported people through getting their qualifications verified. We've put people on MVQ courses to increase their skills. And then we've been speaking to the business community. And I would say there are two challenges there. One for, I would say, larger employers, in order to understand potentially what this great new pipeline of talent could offer their recruitment needs. So what we've had to do is identify what are the skills, what are the kind of people that we're working with, and we work very closely to make sure we can provide the best possible candidate for businesses. But it is taking larger employers some time to, because we have only been working in Bradford for 6 months, but it is taking a little time for some of that message to get through. And I understand why. It takes a long time. Processes are a lot more complex. There are a lot more regulations and processes to go, and people to agree to go through in order to recruit from a particular vulnerable group. Small businesses have been able to take up the challenge pretty quickly, and we've actually found the people we found employment for at this point have been the smaller, medium-sized businesses who can be perhaps a little more flexible. And we've actually found that we've had to go into those businesses. We've actually had to broker jobs, because I think it's understood that about 60% of the recruitment market is hidden. It's not advertised. It's word of mouth and it's networks. And obviously, the refugees that we're working with do not have those networks, and we need to create those for them. So I would say that what would be really helpful is to understand from larger employers, how can we respond quicker to what is a fairly immediate need? People do need to work. It's a 5-year program. People are coming here, being resettled, and they want to work. And everybody we're working with in Bradford, they've worked before and they have skills. There's a great range of skills. We have people who left school at 11, some people who have dentists and architects, etc. So there's a great range, but they are motivated, they want to work. And it's how do we get larger businesses to accommodate those needs fairly swiftly. And my last point is that most of the Syrian refugees that are being resettled outside of London. So they're being housed in places where there is affordable housing. Often that goes, unfortunately, hand in hand with areas where perhaps there is some form of social deprivation. So we need to look at how do we engage maybe some of those employers that are national employers to offer some of the jobs that are available to our clients. Thank you.
I think that's a fantastically practical, inspirational example, and I certainly think that every FTSE 100 listed company in the UK should be having a bit of a think about whether it can do something to employ refugees, because it's not just valuable to those individual refugees, it's about the signalling power of big business at a time when we are seeing more intolerant attitudes, more acceptance towards more intolerant attitudes, which is a really dangerous thing for any society to allow to fester. So we've got very little time left, and I want to open it up to questions, but I'm just going to kind of put a thought out there, or maybe people can respond to this, and then we'll have the panel respond. But I am a strong believer that the business community, and I would very much endorse your point about the investment community and the shareholder community, have an incredibly important role to play in sustaining, supporting, celebrating, and realizing a society with tolerant attitudes and that really celebrates diversity. But I'd also say that I think the business community, in a way, has been a bit complacent. You know, Brexit was a heck of a shock. It's not good for business. Business don't like that. And, you know, it's partly because people are responding to feeling a bit left behind, feeling a bit left out, and that's something that the business community can take its little share of blame for, arguably, certainly in terms of people feeling a bit economically left on the margins. And we just seen, you know, the front pages of all the papers today are denominated by this figure that people, you know, we've got stagnant wages now for decades. And so how can we wake business out of its slumber on this in a way that actually meets businesses' need? Because then we'll have more open trading relationships. We won't have this kind of backlash reaction, which arguably is really bad for business. So how can we embrace businesses' self-interest in a society that feels comfortable about itself, feels comfortable with others? So that's a thought to leave you with, but I want to open it up to the floor so we can have a couple of quick questions for anyone who's on the panel, or just, could be questions or could be extremely short, like micro insight blasts, if you've got one down there from people in the audience. Yes. Great.
Andy Wales, I work for a large consumer goods multinational. The thing I've been kind of noodling on all morning is Lutfi's challenge about insurgency, and insurgency versus incumbency. And the fact that I've worked for a number of big businesses, so many big businesses, although we do some good things in terms of communication and supporting tolerance, and some of the adverts you now see around LBGT and other things, it always happens just after it becomes safe and possible, right? And very rarely do major businesses, if we've been totally honest, actually create the space for that. But of course, one of the things that business in general does have is a great opportunity for insurgency, because the continual dying and reinvention of businessing and the challenges of those who are in incumbency. And we're seeing, particularly with some of the trends that Peter raised, very big companies very challenged in terms of how we deal, just in a business sense, with insurgency. startups, people coming with very different ideas about how we serve customers. And so I guess the thing I'm trying to reflect on, and a half-formed question, is how we utilize insurgency and convene insurgency and support those who are being insurgent from kind of a brand communications perspective to promote tolerance.
Is there one more? One here and then
Hi. Another question about your program at World Jewish Relief. I've helped set up mentoring programs in London for Syrians, befriending and mentoring and creating partnerships in North London specifically. Have you thought about, because we mentor, because a lot of us speak Arabic, and for example, if they're Afghani, you get them an Afghani mentor within the company. Have you thought about connecting them to people of minority backgrounds within the companies themselves?
There was one more on the right down at the front. Yep.
Hi, thank you very much. A question for Peter. You're making the business argument for the positive advantage that diversity can bring, but how do you help companies see this as a risk of not being diverse? Rather than seeing just the positive upshot of being more diverse, which requires a lot of changes to the institution, a lot of tension perhaps in change. But how do you actually make it part of their risk management system as well?
One last question from here.
Manuel Wachter, consultant and coach, and I focus on workplace inclusion, so how businesses can actually embrace diversity and move to a place of inclusion. What I see as a major challenge for many businesses trying to go down that route is the zero-sum game mentality, that if some people have to be brought in and included, others have to lose. So when I try to implement gender workplace equality programs, resistance from men is one of the typical reasons why this fails. And even outside businesses at the societal level, to build on your points, Catherine, we see that as well in the Brexit vote or the US elections. Those people who feel left out of the sort of macro level prosperity might be the ones sort of being desperate. So I'd be curious about what best practices you've seen about addressing this angst of people who think along the lines of zero-sum game mentality, and how businesses can, lead the way to show society at large how to manage this anxiety.
So let me just say, Catherine, we have 3.5 minutes before the music will go up. So you'll need to pick which ones.
Okay. Well, look, I'm just going to pass the microphone down the panel and see what people would like to respond to. Leave it quite fairly open.
I think Andy makes a excellent point about, and I did say in my remarks that businesses playing catch up on this, and it's not getting ahead of the curve. I think in business terms, I think probably the example that strikes me that has been most insurgent is this, and I think people see it on the high street, this business called Timpson's, which has made a business model out of recruiting people who are coming out of prison, and almost I think we need more of those in more areas to make a sort of radical move. But I'm just going to leave you with a few examples of, I take your point about, how do we get business in a better place? But, I think in these things, there's never one silver bullet. There's going to be, you've got to build it brick by brick. And so I think there are things like name-blind recruitment, which, in your case in Bradford, you should certainly use the fact that I think there are employers representing, that employ 1.8 million people in this country that are willing to do name-blind recruitment, and you should see if you can tap into that. Another aspect which is sort of worrying around sort of gender equality is not just numbers, but also the fact that there is still a gender pay gap of 20%, and I don't know if many of you are aware that as of April next year, those companies that employ more than 250 people will be required to actually report on their gender pay gap, and I think that's another positive thing. And then there is something called a Government Equalities Unit or Office, and they have created a program called Think, Act, Report, and those of you interested in this area should go look it up, because I think that's it's a voluntary thing, but it's a very positive way of doing something about it rather than just talking about it.
So much to say. I'm trying to keep it short. I think just reflecting on some of the questions, the first thing for me, a very personal reflection on us at least, one of the things we need to be very careful about is that I actually think in some organisations we're very focused on diversity in lots of different ways and means. I would include in my organisation, not to say we ought to get it right and we can't get better, but I think one of the problems with global companies rather than national companies is that we're very used to diversity across borders and in our working lives and day to day. That kind of isn't really even a question. There's a zero tolerance approach to anything that transgresses that. I think the bigger challenge is to look at the communities where we do business. I didn't like Theresa May's statement that if you're a citizen of the world, you're a citizen of nowhere, right? But there is some truth always in some of these things that needs to be addressed, which is how you make yourself truly located in the local and ensure that you're actually contributing to the local in that way. So I think there's something in there. I think to Andy's point about insurgency, I think there's room, we talk often about things like intrapreneurs, creating space for people within large organizations to innovate in different ways. And certainly as you look at the way that many companies are treating digital disruption, they're setting up, disruptive units that have different roles, responsibilities, and that's on the technology front, that have more autonomy and more freedom to innovate. And I think you can think about that in a similar way with insurgencies within organizations. I think it's about top leadership creating the space and actually thinking about that as a role within organizations. The point that Scott mentioned, maybe building on that, I think the real way to turn it into a risk issue is to move it from the abstract to the real for individuals. And I'll give you a very practical example. So last year, we took our entire leadership population of 600 managing partners around the world through a confirmation bias training around different forms of diversity, mostly gender and LGBT and race. But it was a one-day workshop with various pre and post activities. And I've never seen our leadership team more moved by a training session than when they realized, every single one of us, how, to the point about blind recruiting, how, even when you're trying so hard not to be, how many biases are deeply embedded in the way that you look at the world. And so that I think it made it very real for them that they are biased, even if they're trying very hard not to, and even if we've got great programs and policies and so on. So I think really, I could talk lots about risk processes and procedures and so on. The real trick is turning it into something that actually wakes people up to what they're doing at the individual level. And I think the very final point, which I love your program, and I think your question about how to get larger organizations involved, actually I think there's a lot of merit in thinking about how you piggyback existing initiatives. It takes a long time to churn the supertanker of large organizations. And one very practical example at the moment that we're very involved in, and I think there are a lot of other organizations, is the apprenticeship schemes. Yeah. So how to get people from non-traditional backgrounds into apprenticeships who haven't been to university, haven't got the educational qualifications, come from very diverse backgrounds. So that, and I'm happy to talk to you about that afterwards. But I think, yeah, that would be my recommendation, is because it takes often a couple of years to set up new programs, whereas there's often quite a lot of flexibility of programs that are already in train, actually.
Yes, in fact, that sort of relates to the point about mentorship as well. We have been working with business in the community to look at some of so they're involved with a number of high street brands who offer work experience and buddying system for people, for a range of people, from lone parents to homeless people. So there's a whole range of people that they provide these services for, of these work experience. And we have been actually able to get a couple of people on those work experience courses. Within that, they provide a buddy from the employer. So there is somebody within there. We are also... we realise we do provide volunteers who are language coaches, actually, for our current clients in Bradford. And once they start talking, a whole world is opened up as well around employment and around their connections and who they're able to introduce them to. So I think it's very, very valuable to have a mentorship programme, both from the community and as well as from within the employer community as well.
Well, thanks. I think I'm afraid we've run over time rather on our panel, but it's been a fantastic discussion. Thank you so much to my fellow panelists.
Thank you.
And to everyone for listening.
Cheers.
Hello again.
I'm Ferdos, and as you've seen, I'm an interpreter, but I'm also a linguist, a teacher trainer. I have taught in universities in Syria, in the US, in Turkey, and in King's College London, and I've trained diplomats and businessmen to speak Arabic. I also volunteer with Citizen UK, with Safe Passage UK. I'm the co-founder of Ahlan wa Sahlan, Welcome, a grassroots initiative to help welcome refugees to our beautiful city, London. Above all of these, I'm a Syrian refugee. And I know many people, when they think about refugees, we are haunted with the images of the destitute and the despair of the journey of being a refugee. But we are also, as a refugee myself, and from the people I volunteer with, we are ordinary human beings who have extraordinary circumstances. To talk about the role of businesses, what I would like corporates to do is, beyond offering jobs, and as we heard, it might be long, they could use their network, the skills, the training, and also the small things that you can't think about. An empty room, a venue. With our initiative, Ahlan wa Sahlan, because I'm a teacher, trainer, and I'm a social person, I have lots of friends. So what I did is, we started with my friends offering evening English practice and social activities, and we got free venues, we got amazing volunteers. One of the most interesting insight I got from my volunteers is, oh my God, that's not what I thought refugees are or how they look like. So every one of us can do something to contribute, not to the refugee crisis, because we are not a crisis. Refugees are people fleeing from states, failing states, through a process due to the failing world systems, are very dangerous to find safety. So it's not a refugee crisis. It's not a migrant crisis because everybody is entitled for a better life. It's a failing world system crisis. And with the little thing that we can do, we can make a difference. For example, with Ahlan wa Sahlan, our grassroots initiative, we have been featured in Fox News and Daily Mail and other as doing something positive. So when you see like a very positive feature in these media, you know that like, oh, it's working. It's important that everyone does within our skills, within our abilities. My final example is Netflix. How many of you are on Netflix? So Netflix recently produced a documentary about the Syrian white helmet. And we all agree it's a tragic situation in Syria, but there are real-life heroes, the white helmet. I personally was the translator for the raw footages of this documentary, and it's something I can't describe how hard it was, but also because they are extraordinary heroes who have even been nominated to the Nobel Peace Prize. They deserve to be featured and a story to be told. Through the process of translating the white helmet, I used to cry my heart out. I even take like crying breaks. But what I learned from them, and that's the most important thing, is about hope, is about their motto. To save one life is to save all humanity. So even if you can't stop the war, even if we can't save all refugees, do what you can. Even one life is to save all humanity. They saved the miracle baby, and what Netflix did with the amazing director and the team, they showed how the miracle baby who was rescued now is 3 years old, and it's just a happy thing that regain that there is hope. And when I see hope, I feel happy to be a refugee, welcomed and protected in this country. Thank you so much.
Our next speaker is Funmi Yanda, one of the most inspiring people I've met. I remember, Funmi, last time I heard you speak, you made the comment that I only found out I'm black after I came to the UK, which I thought was fascinating. Funmi Yanda, ladies and gentlemen, please. That's the spotlight.
Thank you. I like stories. I tell stories. I think that stories connect with people. My name is Funmi Yanda. Some people would say I was a TV star in Nigeria. In the UK, I'm just black. And I didn't know that until I came to live in the UK. And it was very interesting negotiating being black, because one of the things that I found offensive in Nigeria was negotiating being female. I just wanted to be Funmi. And then I arrived in the UK and I realized that I not only had to negotiate being female, now I also had to negotiate being black. And I thought, okay, shall I start with living in a nice liberal part of London where I should get less noticed as black? And so I moved into Belsize Park and Hampstead, and I was still very much black. And then a very nice young man started working with me. He'd come from Scotland, the Hebrides, which is actually just the edge of England. And he admitted to me a year after we'd been working together that when I met you at first, Funmi, I didn't understand what you were. I didn't understand how you were black and female and single and a single mother, and you had means. Where did the money come from? And I said to him, John, I've been working since I was 15. I'm a TV star. They pay us well. You know, it's interesting, but then I started realizing, because later on, a year down the line, he said to me, Funmi, I feel offended that all my life in this country, in the UK, I was taught to see people like you a certain way. I feel cheated. I feel robbed. He comes from the kind of community that voted to Brexit. If he hadn't had the 1 year experience of working close with me, he would never have discovered my layers. And not just my layers, but the layers of other people like me that he met through me. I mean, he's a star. Everybody wants him to come to Nigeria and eat jollof rice and all of that now. And it set me thinking, because, well, my job is to tell stories about how we tell stories, because, you know, this issue of bias, and these are centuries of bias, you know, I mean, exacerbated by media, by institutions that strengthen the otherization of people. I find it offensive that we live in a world where people are preparing to take over Mars, and we still categorize people by something as banal as the color which they were born. You can't do anything about your color or your gender. I think that these things, as human beings, we should have moved away from it. The other side of it, of course, is that in Nigeria, where I grew up, we were taught that a certain part of the world, usually loosely called the West, was very advanced. And so we generally never questioned what we are told about the Western part of the world. The danger of this, of course, is that whether it be in government or in everyday living, people tend, almost childlike, to take everything that comes from the West as gospel, as powerful, as civilizing and enlightening. Now, the backdrop of that is when we started having in Africa Christian evangelists from America who were teaching people that abortion was wrong, that women had a place in society, that gay people were a sin to God. We did not know the effect of that polarization, religious polarization on communities, because nobody questioned what the white man had come to tell them. So it seems to me that around the world, there's a need for deeper understanding and integration. And I would separate, and that's why I like the topic, because we're not talking tolerance here. We're talking actually human beings living closely with other human beings as human equals. I don't know how we're going to achieve that, but my business is telling stories, and I thought that it was important. I began to look at the back end of telling stories, particularly news. The kind of conversations we're having here, elevated human thinking. How do we break it down to digestible bits that the average person in Nigeria, in Pakistan, in Accra, in London, in the Hebrides would understand these nuances? And that's my challenge, particularly to the people I work with. How do we begin to do those stories in that way? And how do we change the business model of the media so that we stop flattening people or categorizing them into boxes, or even more ridiculous, making them these caricatures that we see every day? Thank you.
Thank you so much. Now for the next Insight Blast, on the stage, please welcome Alison Stewart-Allen.
What a fantastic topic, and how much foresight, Lutfi, you must have to have known that we need so much tolerance on the back of our presidential election in the United States. So thank you all in advance for your tolerance for at least the next 4 years of a President Trump. So what I thought I'd do in the next 9 minutes or so of this blast is give you 9 lenses on the U.S. business culture, which might leave a minute for a Q&A session. But briefly, let me tell you what the 9 ways are for maybe thinking about how you work with Americans. And in no particular order, one of those 9 is the importance we place on getting things done. We call it task. Americans are extremely task-oriented. So if you're thinking about working with Americans and in the business context, you want to focus on getting the job done first and then getting to know them later. So we are 2 out of 10 on that dimension. We're quite explicit as a national business culture, and that's language difference versus the UK, is a function of the immigration history we have, of assimilating millions of immigrants from all over the world, and therefore English is very functional in the United States. It's a tool that has morphed over time to become purposeful. So explicit, not implicit. The third lens is the focus on the individual, not the group. So we in the US generally take credit for our success because it's down to us as an individual. It isn't necessarily because we work on a great team or we have complementary skills from other team members. It's fundamentally down to my skills, my accomplishments, my achievements that I've brought to bear in that situation. Next, risk-taking. So on a scale of 1 to 10, Americans are 3 out of 10 for risk-taking. So if you compare and contrast that to, let's say, the UK or other parts of the world, risk-taking is much less. You might say that that explains why Silicon Valley exists, why the VCs and the private equity firms and the funders exist to the extent that they do, because that risk appetite in the US is higher. And if you think about our history, that completely makes sense. Those people who gave up everything they knew to be able to sail to the new world, not sure if they'd survive the journey, not sure what they'd encounter on the other end. I mean, those people who founded the country were fundamentally entrepreneurial. Now, their motives were, of course, religious freedom and other motives, but actually, today we'd probably call those people entrepreneurs. Next is about time. We're very controlling of time. Time is a very important metric in the US business culture. So it really matters how you use that time, that it's focused, that you don't meander, that you get to the point quickly, that you talk in numbers. So back to linking to the other point about task, we're very numbers and quant oriented. You'll find Americans want the bottom line first, the fuller context, if at all, later. So that's quite a key aspect to the way we do business. Then we talk about where decisions are taken. Is it a democratic process or is it quite autocratic? Generally speaking, you'll find American decision-making appears to be highly democratic, highly consultative. Many people are involved in making the decision. At the end of the day, yes, it's the leadership team or a leader in the business who owns the decision that's been taken. But many people will be consulted. Now, you might say, oh, well, what a fantastic democracy in action. Isn't that wonderful? Yes, it's wonderful. Why is it happening? It isn't just because we believe in the principles of democracy. It's also self-preservation. So job security in the US is extremely low. And therefore, when you make a decision, you want to make sure that you've shared the responsibility with as many people as you can, so that ultimately, if it does go belly up or it does have problems, you can say that you consulted all these fantastic, wise people, the big accounting firms, the blue chip law firms, so that it isn't just your decision, but also it was a decision with other people of high standing. Linear is another characteristic of the business culture. In other words, when you present data, you'll need to present it in a sequence. We don't draw conclusions and present data in a circular way or a random way where you explore point A and then F and then you'll go to Z, maybe back to R, and then ultimately explore around it. That's a more circular approach, just as valid. You get equally high quality conclusions, but that isn't the preference in the US when you're presenting arguments. So it needs to be sequential, A, B, C, D, and that explains why the conclusion is E, for example. Facts over theory. So we will start with data. Where's the evidence? What makes you say that? Defend your point of view with facts, anchor it in facts, and then make the theory work for the facts. Other business cultures in Southern Europe, in the Middle East, and other parts of the world prefer starting with the theory and then show that the facts support the theory, not the US. Start with data, then go to theory. And finally, about context. So generally speaking, we want to know the foreground. We don't need to necessarily know the full picture, the interrelationships of all the players in the ecosystem. We're quite happy to know the immediate. So one of the ways you can tell that is the numbers, the fact that we talk in numbers, the fact that we're in a hurry, but also you can test what your business culture is that you're operating in by showing someone a photo. What Americans will pick up is all the stuff going on in the foreground. What people in other parts of the world, for example, in Asia, in Japan, in China, they will look at the background to inform the foreground. They'll notice the weather. They'll notice the setting. They'll notice how crowded the destination might be. Are there people in the background? So when you're working with Americans, when you're presenting information, don't be surprised if the focus is on what's in front, not necessarily what's in back, or necessarily even the whole picture. So that's a very quick tour of 9 perspectives, hopefully in 9 minutes, looking at the American business culture and how to build your own tolerance about working with people like us. Do we have time for any questions? We have one question. One question. Any question, please. As long as it's a question. Do you want to use the mic?
I was very stuck at the point where you said Americans wanted things sequential, linear, and fact-based. How did they end up with Trump? Does it therefore mean that the American corporate culture is at variance with the American social living culture?
Yes, very astute observation. Firstly, I can't answer your first question about how did we end up with Trump. I think you have 47.7% of those that voted asking themselves the same question. In terms of, is there a split between what happens in corporate cultures and what happens in society at large? Absolutely. However, the business culture is persistent. In other words, those values that I just described persist for a very, very long time. And whatever happens in the political sphere, business and making money in a way for business people supersedes what's going on at the political level until foreign exchange rates intervene and disrupt your plans hugely, tariffs, corporate taxation, but generally speaking, the business culture carries on. So I'm optimistic that for at least the next 4 years, business will continue to focus on what it does well, and let's hope that it doesn't get disrupted too much and that the country brand doesn't get disrupted too much by whatever policies Trump puts in place. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Alison. I remember the talk you gave at the Financial Times Non-Executive Directors Club about conflict in the boardroom. I thought it was fascinating. Belinda Palmer, OBE, also known as the Empathy Queen. Ladies and gentlemen, Belinda.
Thank you. I quite like being introduced as the Empathy Queen. It doesn't get much better than that, does it? Thank you so much, Lofty, and I'm so happy to be here at such an important conference, talking about tolerance and conflict and something that is very close to my heart, empathy. And I have been thinking a lot about empathy in the UK, in the Brexit era, and dare I say it, the Trump era. And the lack of empathy is shocking. It really is quite shocking. And I think never, going back to Peter's point, never has there been a more important time. Can you hear me okay? Yeah. Where's it going? I've got the tiniest ears in the world. They really are tiny. Okay, is that better? Okay. It's kind of, gosh, I feel like Janet Jackson. Okay, I won't do any dancing, I promise. Maybe I should just have the handheld mic. Can you hear me okay? Okay, so never, I think, has there been a more important time to talk about empathy. And actually, Brendan Cox, so the husband of Joe Cox, the murdered MP, he said this week that with acts of hatred, we must fight acts of hatred with an outpouring of love. And Obama said that the empathy deficit is more important than the federal deficit. So I run a company called the Empathy Business. It's a consultancy. So we go into big companies, so Barclays, Lexus, Toyota, Samsung, and we make them more purposeful, more egalitarian, and more empathic. And we do that by looking at their language. We've talked a lot about language this morning, their processes, their culture, and their customer experience. I've got the clicker, thank you. And we define empathy. Oh, point of the laptop. Women in technology. We define empathy in the business context as understanding your emotional. This is going. I'm going to ditch my mic. Okay, thank you. Thanks. Oh, I need the clicker still. Okay. We define empathy as an emotional understanding of others' experiences resulting in action. It is not sympathy. It's not Jitesh telling me a really sad story and me feeling sorry for him and crying into my prawn sandwich at lunchtime. It is about action, and that's really, really important. And interestingly, the business I had before the empathy business was a business called Lady Geek. Much cooler name, I know. But what we found, a lot of the work we were doing in big companies, so we were focused on women and technology. And what was interesting about that, it was we were getting more women into tech organizations and also getting more female customers. But what we found was actually the differentiating factor wasn't gender, it was empathy. We were improving the lives of the people who worked in the company. That was men and women's lives. So that was really, really important. I guess you might be thinking, why now? You know, is empathy just another buzzword? We had emotional intelligence in the 80s. We had authenticity a few years ago. What's changed? Any ideas? What are the two things that have changed that really have transformed society? Obviously, there's the political landscape. But other than that, any ideas? The internet and something else. Millennials. So social media has lifted the veil off business, and we can now see the inner workings into any company. And that has really changed the transparency and honesty. The other thing is millennials. So millennials coming into the market. By 2050, millennials will be 50% of our population. And on average, they're going to have 20 different jobs over their lifetime, compared to the 4 that my generation had. I feel very old when I use the term millennials. But the implications of that is they are not tethered to businesses, to jobs. They are less loyal. And we know that because in our empathy index, we run an empathy index, a global empathy index, every year. This was last year's, we've just published the new one. But what is really interesting is that millennials are choosing companies that are more empathic. In Silicon Valley, actually, 60% of our companies in this year's global index are Silicon Valley's companies. And we build the empathy index, we measure empathy levels by holding up a mirror to companies. And what we look at is things like the CEO performance versus markup, we look at carbon, we look at the number of women on boards. So what I want to do now is really talk a little bit about where do you start. And as someone said earlier, you can't import empathy, you can't import conflict, you cannot import empathy. The amount of times in the last year, I've just done 4 months empathy in residence at a bank, the amount of times I have been asked for an empathy toolkit or empathy in a box solution. If there was one, I'd be very rich or I'd be a charlatan, and hope I'm not either of those things. So it is hard. But the question is, where do you start? And I want to show you a couple of examples in the last few minutes that I have. The power of the nudge. And the nudge has revolutionized how I feel about change in any organization. Because organizations are so difficult to change. And when you've got 40,000 people, how do you deliver empathy at scale? Well, you have to do 2 things. One thing is you have to think big, but actually act small. And a nudge can be a really, really small thing that in aggregate has a big impact on company performance. I'm going to show you some examples. Before I do, the other thing we're doing is setting up the infrastructure to deliver empathy in companies, which are things like we're just setting up an empathy nudge unit in one of Europe's biggest banks, so that empathy becomes part of the DNA, part of the fabric of the culture. Oh, no. I will get the hang of the technology. Okay, imagine you've just gone overdrawn. It's not a great feeling. You feel like you're out of control. This used to be the text message you would get from your bank. Your overdraft at account name is overdrawn. To avoid possible overdraft fees of amount X, please transfer sufficient monies. Now, just by changing the language, initial signs are we are recovering more funds for the bank. We've changed the text message that customer receives to, "Hi, John, we're sure it's an oversight, but you've gone overdrawn. We don't want you to pay more fees, so can you put money in by 6:30? So just by changing the language and the tone, we can improve the empathy levels for customers. Another example is soap. So this is an environmental nudge. You might be thinking, what has soap got to do with empathy? Well, with the bank, what we found was that there was a really big deficit. The empathy was being eroded between head office and the people on the front line. And the biggest symbol of inequality was actually that the people in head office had nicer soap. And it may sound funny, but do you know what? Actually, it's incredibly important. And these small things, they may sound small. They are not insignificant. These small things sent a signal that head office was way superior. Another example for a car company was a car company came to us and said, am I running out of time, Lofty? Okay, a car company came to us and said, the empathy deficits within our people. And actually it wasn't. A lot of it was in the environment. And interestingly, the uniform. This is Paul. So Paul works at a dealership. And what was interesting here is the lack of empathy was from his tie. Because basically, if you don't feel great as a customer and you walk into a car dealership, the tie says, I'm going to sell you something. Now, just the simple act, the tie wasn't as cool as yours, Nave, just the simple act of removing the tie actually increased staff loyalty. We did it with 10 other empathy nudges. Sales went up by 23%. Another one of the nudges was the way they dressed the cars in the showroom. So on the left, you can't really see, but it says things like the winter car kit. Now, if I'm buying a £27,000 car, I'm not thinking about my winter car kit. I'm thinking about all the adventures I'm going to have with my family. Now, realistically, they're not going to be, they're probably screaming, my kids are screaming in the back, but I want to be thinking about the aspirations. So even by dressing the car boot, which costs nothing, more empathy was delivered to the customer. Highgate Wood School, we work with Highgate Wood School. One of the things we did before a robotics or coding lesson, the girls often feel quite apprehensive about the lesson because technology is so gendered. What we did was we changed, and I don't want to imply that Nelson Mandela is unempathic here, because that's not the, but what we did was we put amazing women and amazing quotes, and what that did before the coding lesson was gave girls the permission to succeed. Just a screensaver, it cost nothing. Another example, for a food company in the States, they were having real problems with the meeting culture. Anyone here spend all their day in meetings? We tracked, only one person spends all their day in meetings. God, that's good. We tracked over a week. We got all the admins to look at how many people were in a meeting, how much time was spent in the meeting, presented it to the CEO, and what he said was, my people have no time to actually do the work. So again, what we did here, and it's really interesting when you look at metrics in a company, not to measure the traditional metrics. One of the key metrics that we've found is most indicative of a disempowered culture is the number of blind copies on email per person per week. It is a really good indicator, as is the time spent on company politics. All these things destroy empathy and empowerment levels. So what we did, the solution there, going back, was 15-minute stand-up meetings, which actually gave people 45 minutes to prepare. Okay, the last one I'm going to share is the importance of language, which has been a golden thread throughout today. So head office, if I go and see my son's headmaster, it implies it's at the top of the tree. So what we've done for a major FTSE 100 company is change all the language within it from head office to support hub. They are there to serve people on the front line who are with customers. And front line is actually a military defense. So we've changed that to front of house. So I'm really excited about these small changes because in aggregate, they have a big impact on company performance. My work now is going to be focused on empathy on technology. Technology was promised to democratize, and in many ways, it is enhancing empathy through virtual reality. I can now feel your pain. I can experience your pain. But actually, on the other hand, it has caused a lot of homophily, a tendency of the same. We've heard the word echo chambers, and what we're seeing is actually technology is just reinforcing our own prejudices and validating what we already think we know. So that's my focus. If you'd like to be involved in empathy and technology, come find me. I really do need your help making the world a more empathic place. So thank you.
So our next Insight Blast, Julia Carmel, ladies and gentlemen. One more time.
Hello, can you hear me? Hi, I'm Julia Karma. I'm a journalist and I'm based in Berlin. And I want to talk to you about the project that we started a year ago and which kind of derives from the summer of 2015 when, as a freelance journalist, I was reporting on the refugee crisis that overtook Berlin, overtook Europe, and it very much felt like it was Berlin was at the center of it. And August 2015 was when I met Loris on this picture, and this was in a really crowded yard of the refugee registration center in Berlin, where hundreds of people were arriving. And her story was very similar to many. You know, she is from Damascus. Their house got bombed. They took the boat to Greece, and her husband's a doctor, and she was a student, and they had some savings, which, because they had a 10-month-old daughter, they didn't want to risk it, and so they poured all of them into buying fake Albanian passports in Athens to bring themselves to Berlin, where, you know, after we met her, and we met many, many days after that, and she was always wearing this green top, which was clear was the only thing she had. But they, you know, they were happy to be there, and they're making, you know, good progress and good life now in Berlin. And the atmosphere of these days was quite electric, because you could see, you know, the scenes were chaotic, but in Berlin, as in the whole of Germany, you could see that there was, you know, empathy was the word for sure. And you could see overwhelmed workers in the center doing what they could, although they could do very little because bureaucracy still prevails. And there were lots of volunteers who were guided by charity workers doing stuff. And, you know, we did a day of broadcasting for Sky News, talking about this situation, talking about lots of people, all of them having harrowing stories. But as soon as I emerged from this bubble of that center and that situation, and, you know, I was talking to people, you know, family or people on Twitter, what you know, and obviously seeing the newspaper coverage of all of this, it was a very different reality. And there was this political battle where, you know, the big divisions started happening, specifically on the basis of migration and the crisis narrative. And, you know, migrants and refugees were lumped into one, and both were demonized, and we heard things like invasion, swarm, and flood. And I was directly challenged by people and asked, you know, you're just naive and you're privileged, you know, there's not enough to go around, and this, you know, can't be sustained. And I, at that time, felt that, you know, actually I felt a lot of empathy, but it wasn't enough. You know, I needed to be able to sustain these maybe abstract conversations, and you know, I couldn't really dismiss the fears that people very clearly had. And so I turned to Twitter, and I created a list of, you know, kind of academics, or people with deep experience, many of them who were speakers today. And, you know, what I felt was a very different narrative, which wasn't really playing out in the mainstream media. And, you know, it was things like, no, migration isn't, we're not living at the times of unprecedented migration. No, we don't have the highest numbers of refugees in the world we've ever had. And yes, Europe has dealt with crisis, well, crisis narrative, you know, you just see it as so constructed because Europe's just been dealing with situations like that, like this for centuries. And it hasn't, you know, changed the cohesion of societies in as drastic and quick ways as people claimed that it would. Okay, and so our project was born, and it's called Migration Matters, and it's we are a team of journalists, filmmakers, and also academics, and the idea is that we create short-form visual content that is based on the bigger picture, the deep knowledge, the nuance, the research, the understanding. And so what we've done over the past 10 months is we went back to the same people that, you know, we were following on Twitter, who were contributing to the conversation in a very contextual way. And we, for example, did a 10-episode course with Hein de Haas, who is one of the biggest migration scholars in Europe, talking about the, you know, all the concerns that, big top-line concerns that would be the first thing that people would often give you in a conversation, that we're living in an unprecedented migration, that the faces of the societies will change, and also political rhetoric that we see so much, that we're going to give aid to countries so that will stop migration. So he challenges all of these views on a very kind of neutral basis. He'd say to you, you know, we've studied 60 countries, and what we say is when you impose barriers, you don't really get a reduction in the numbers unless you're willing to shoot people at these barriers. So you should, you know, when you hear a political claim like that, it gives you an impetus to go a little bit deeper and challenge it. We talked to Nasim Majidi, who is a scholar based in Kenya, but she runs offices in Mogadishu and Kabul, working with returnee migrants. And her view is very much of that, of the origin country perspective. And she talks about, you know, what is a smuggler to a person who is migrating. She talks about what is the effect of detention, you know, this deterrence thing that Europe is doing and how that's playing out, and what happens to people when they get deported, that they often, you know, just go back on another journey because the big factors that drove them there haven't changed. And we've spoken to people from this parish as well, and Alan Manning, you know, rose to the challenge of dealing with the question, do migrants take jobs? And Chandran Kukut, as the head of government here, had very foresightful words to say about freedom and how gaining back control means actually controlling the citizens rather than just the migrants. And you might say, does any of this matter in the post-fact world now, you know, the world where we ignore experts? And from my experience of the 10 months of doing this project, it really does. You know, the problem definitely exists. A study has shown that fake news have generated, in the pre-election period, have generated more engagement than top shared stuff from bona fide news organizations on Facebook. You would think that people can see fake news, but they can't. A recent study just released this week showed that 82% of school children, middle schoolers in America, couldn't tell a news article from a paid-up advertorial. And so in this situation, you know, if you don't do the homework, it's you know, where is our society going? But what we've found in the last 10 months is that lots of people are really interested. And we've spoken to volunteers who say, you know, their family are divided over this, and they want to have facts and bigger picture because empathy is not just enough. We've also spoken to academics who said their friends who've never been interested in anything that they've been doing suddenly have been asking them for books. A publisher who's put out a 15-part reading list on understanding post-Trump America had their server brought down. And so for us, what we think, you know, Europe is definitely in a precarious situation, but it's also a huge opportunity. And it's clear that two levels need to be engaged, and one is that level of personal connections and empathy, and the other one is of that big picture. And our project is very much about that, and I want to finish on Larissa, the lady that I met in Berlin, and you know, she is doing really well, but the family that stayed back in Syria isn't, and her husband's sister has just died because she couldn't procure the drugs to treat her chronic condition. And this just reminds us that, you know, our societies are divided, but there are people that have really difficult parallel realities in Europe right now that we need to sympathize with. But compassion alone isn't getting us there, so we need to do the homework to be able to have these difficult conversations with people who will not trust anybody but their friends and their relatives. Thank you.
Third and final panel, we spoke about the role of education, business, and now it's the role of universities. And to do the honors, I'd like to introduce the moderator, the chair of the session, Professor Eric Bergloff, Eric is Director of the Institute of Global Affairs, and in many ways, I guess my spiritual leader and academic leader, certainly in the construct of this event. So over to Eric.
Go ahead. Yeah. Well, thank you very much, Lutfi. And when we saw what Lutfi was trying to do, so I'm heading the Institute of Global Affairs at LSE, and when we saw what Lutfi was trying to do, it was very much in the spirit of what we want to do. We want to be part of mobilizing faculty, mobilizing students, getting people connected to LSE from the outside and connecting LSE to the outside. And when I came here, I didn't know what to expect really, and I knew that would be a lot of interesting contributions, but I didn't expect to be as touched as I have been by the different stories, by Fadous, by Hanan, by all the individuals who have come here and shared with us. But actually the thing that was most touching for me was Naif, because I brought Naif to an event I organized 3 or 4 years ago when I was working at a development bank here in London. And he gave this wonderful presentation about this meeting with Obama and the meeting between the Superman and the 99 and so on. And I had no idea what he has had to go through between that time, 3 or 4 years ago, and what he has, where he is today. And I think Naif is no longer here. He left, but oh, you're here. Great, wonderful. I see you now. And so thank you, Naif, for sharing that. And we are on your side in this. And thank you very much. So when I came to LSE and to build this Institute of Global Affairs, I was thinking about issues that would sort of be ripe or ready for an institute like this, again, trying to connect faculty and students to the global challenges. And, this was 2 years ago. There was no issue that was bigger then, and I think there's no issue that is bigger now than migration in Europe. And again, we shouldn't talk about the crisis, but it's something that is affecting so many. I'm Swedish. I can tell you that almost everyone in my country has been touched by migration, and I know it's true in Germany and much of the rest of Europe. And so we wanted to do this on the issue of migration. We went around LSE and we found more than 50 now faculty who works on migration. Most of them didn't know about each other, and now people outside didn't know so much about them either. And it's been a fantastic group. We have done some really exciting things together. But what we also saw was that really LSE couldn't meet that incredible need for facts and research in the public debate, because I don't think there's any issue where the distance between where the debate is and where facts and research are. And so we wanted to do more than that. So we started an alliance of leading universities on migration. We started with 9 universities in Europe, but we also realized, talking to these universities, and it was for me a fantastic experience to call around and get hear from the universities how much it had affected them, what people were doing at universities in. Here comes our missing speaker, so I don't have to filibuster any longer. No, but when I called around, I was really struck by what students were doing, what faculty were doing, what universities were doing in general. I called to Mannheim. They had taken many lecture halls to house migrants. Students were renting or collecting used bikes so that migrants would be able to enjoy the city and get around in the city. Central European University in Budapest, as you remember, Hungary was one of the countries that really resisted this, and they felt like an island that of tolerance and of course beyond tolerance to try to engage, and they did, and they shared these stories with us. But what really blew me away, and that's why I'm so glad that Nasser is here, and please join us on stage here, was when I called AUB, because we wanted to go beyond Europe. We thought that we have to connect to the parts that are so much more affected than we are. And that's when I first spoke to Nasser, and Nasser shared with me what he has done. Nasser is from American University in Beirut, and of course Lebanon has been the country probably in the world that has been most affected by what's happened in Syria, and they have more than 1 million refugees in a country of 4 million plus, and it was an opportunity for us to learn about what they have done to open up, to reach out to so many aspects of the migration. So I'm going to in a minute, give the floor to Nasser to describe what they've done. But I also want to share why we have two more panelists here. Because the second day when I came here to set up this Institute of Global Affairs, I was taken to a room with Angelina Jolie and William Hague. And they were here to start a center on women, peace, and security. And that was very exciting, but you sort of thought, I'm an academic, so what is this all about? All this publicity and so on. But then I met Christine, and Christine, she adds the depth to this center and the academic seriousness, the connection to the real issues. I think she has done more than probably anyone to change how law is taught, not only in this country, but in general. And she's building a center that I think symbolizes a lot of what we're talking about, what universities can do to reach out into a very difficult space, which is very much about what happens to women in conflict and in post-conflict situations. And then as a bonus, we had Madeleine Rees, who is an activist in an institution. She is the Director General, is that the term? Secretary General of the Women International, which is, she will tell us more about in a minute. But I've had the pleasure, even before I joined the LSE, to work with Madeleine and seen her energy and her commitment to the issues of women all around the world. And I had the pleasure of spending an evening discussing with her in Pretoria, where she now lives, a few weeks ago. So please, even though you're the man on the panel, Nasser, I'm going to give you the first.
Thank you. They're okay?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm sorry for being a bit late. I tried to raise all the transportation delays in London. Actually,
Tolerance.
what delays me...
That's when you really need tolerance.
And actually, I spent a couple of minutes at the border force now. They call them border force. So the lady asked me the usual question, what do you do? I'm a professor at university. What do you teach? I teach policy and development. I actually graduated from LSE. And why are you here? And what do you do exactly? They're actually now persistent on the borders. They want to ask more details. And I told her I work on refugees. So actually she started that we have a lot of refugees in Britain. So we don't have a lot of refugees in Britain. You only I was feeling she will return me to the next flight to Beirut. I said, we're actually hosting 1.5 million in Beirut for a country of 4 million. If those were to come to Britain, you can do the math, that would be something like 15 or maybe 10 to 15 million refugees. I think Britain has been in a lot of discussion around getting the children from Calais. So actually there's some lessons to learn from what's going on in the bordering countries of Syria, and I think it's a message of reality, and I will tell you a bit about what we're doing, but also perhaps we need to send a message of hope that things can work in not so functional governments, not so functional states. So I think they can work everywhere. So we shouldn't fear having more migrants and more refugees. Maybe it's not the right moment now with whatever is going in the world, but we need to maintain this. So I'm actually a graduate from LSE. This building wasn't there, wasn't here when I was at LSE, and I've been working on refugee issues. Lebanon, before the Syria crisis, hosts something like 250,000 Palestinians. We shouldn't forget about the Palestinians in Lebanon. Those are protracted refugees that suffer a lot in Lebanon due to the, being thrown out from their country in 1948. So, and because the Lebanese government isn't a good host, particularly for Palestinian refugees, and fearing the sectarian balance in the country, they've been treated so badly for many years. So there's a country with a history of refugees and not always doing well in that regard. So when Syrians came in, I started to ask myself this question. I mean, how this country is coping, how we're coping with 1.5 million. That's 1 in 4. So if you walk, 1 in 4 is a Syrian refugee. And to add to them Palestinians and some other smaller population, I think the numbers are huge. And we started looking into understanding this phenomenon, and the government was dysfunctional. We didn't have a president until last week. For like 2 years, we didn't manage to elect a president, and the parliament was almost, locked, effectively locked, not meeting, not issuing any decree. So in this context, we looked into the role of, informal networks, informal mechanisms, as well as quasi-formal like community groups, community organizations, as well as the UN, NGOs, and others. And largely, the refugees in Lebanon have been doing, and I want to be cautious here, doing, okay in terms of, for the last 6 years that the country hasn't exploded, and they've been managing in a way or another because a lot for the role of the informal mechanisms and the way communities themselves have been organizing, and contributing to their own livelihood, as well as the Lebanese host communities. Just to give you some numbers, 70% of the Syrian refugees in Lebanon are below the poverty line. 54% depend on food assistance, like a food basket every month from the WFP. So they are actually the poorest. Those who were better off came to Europe. And that's also something we need always to keep in mind, that those who are better off, have money, connections, speak the language, educated, actually came to Europe, and those who were the worst off stayed in the neighboring countries. So that's one thing you need to keep in mind. And 86% of them, who are very poor, live where 67% of the poorest Lebanese are. So it's actually the poor are hosting the poor. So whenever you speak, hear about middle classes, nagging about immigrants and refugees, it's actually the poor who host most of the time the poor. And that's something perhaps to reflect on about all the rise of anti-immigrant sentiments in Europe and the West. Again, I mean, that's kind of a quick context. I know we don't have a lot of time. But then in AUB and my university, the American University of Beirut, we've been doing a lot of work on refugees, Palestinian refugees, and then Syrian refugees. And then we're starting to hear a lot of what's going on in the university. Across the three functions or vocations of the university, research primarily, but also community engagement or services to the community, as well as teaching and providing scholarships. And then you start to hear, this is working on this project, and this is collaborating with the UN, another with the university in Europe, and. So we thought, why not do a quick mapping to understand what's going on? And that's how it started. And we realized there was something like, at that time, around 30, 35 projects, and now they're around 40 to 45. So we have 45 professors or departments actually engaged in the refugee crisis. So we looked at them into the different disciplines, by health, like the typical UN sectoral division, health, education, social cohesion, and others. And actually there's a critical mass in certain areas, particularly in where we target vulnerable groups like health, education, and child protection. That's fine. We said, okay, but then I started discussing it with colleagues, and we brought it up to the provost and the president of the university, who actually liked this idea of bringing those people together. This is where we started this AUB for Refugees initiative. And we didn't want to do a program or center. because centers and programs and institutions are territorial by definition. They will put people, exclude some people from. So we thought, let's put this as an initiative where those 40 plus academics and professors can come in and work under it. And we actually took kind of a hands-off approach. I said, we're not going to take on your work and say, this is our work as AUB for refugees. Keep doing whatever you want to do, but let's create some synergy among each other. If someone working on health, nutrition, medicine, why not come together for a joint work? If others are working on education and well-being, why not consider this also as a joint work? And it's working. So this has started last August, September, so we're just, in an early stage of this. In addition, we thought we'll keep this initiative to look at the overall, work of the university and give it an address, an umbrella, or a brand, if you wish, where anyone would know what AUB is doing goes to this AUB for refugees, rather than create a center or an institute. So that's how it started, and now we're moving into discussing the pathways for higher education. Only 3% of the Syrians in Lebanon are actually in universities or have university at university level. Again, back to that, most those who are educated are actually being picked from the resettlement countries, particularly European and North American, or actually those who managed to come to Europe. So with working with some foundations, we're trying to work for scholarships like MasterCard Foundation and others to give scholarship. But again, there are a lot of issues around scholarships for the refugees, because they sometimes lack the language, but mostly their education is not compatible to universities like the American University or LSE, for example, or others. So you need to do a lot of preparation for them that might last 1 or 2 years. And there's also the psychosocial support that we are working with certain units in the university. So that's kind of an overview, and there's the other branch of the work under, that we're looking at or we're coordinating now, is the work with the community engagement, the community service, where students are engaged in service learning, an approach for service learning through their courses, or some work like a project or something with the Syrian community. So one group of architect students just built a public library for Syrian kids in Biqa, in the eastern part of Lebanon. Others are working on renovating schools and so on. So we're trying to encompass all of this through the, but I mean, universities cannot do and I'm being reflective on this, like solve the problem. But they can contribute a lot through the dialogue they create, through the knowledge they produce, but very importantly through the narrative of hope. I always say this, we need a narrative of hope, because there's a lot of negativity and when we talk about refugees. Refugees are burden, refugees are dirty, immigrants are rapists. This is what you hear in the media, right? So you need to really always create this narrative of hope that many refugees are doing well in a way, others are working collectively to help each other and self-help mechanisms, and others need help, but we need to support them in a way that they become maybe some self-dependent at some point. So refugees are not always a burden as we might see them, or they're really depleting all the resources in any country, but definitely they need help. But in a way we need to help them so they can become self-reliant for their livelihood.
Thank you, Nasser. And as I said, when I first saw all the things you're doing, getting involved on renewable energy in refugee camps, law courses for refugees, all this is really incredibly impressive. So I want to shift a little bit now to Christine, because I have the pleasure of having the office next to Christine. So I overhear every conversation that she has, and on top of that, I see all the energy that she generates in the office, and she has these resident scholars, but she has even a resident activist, and she's started a new course here. So I wanted to get Christine, your perspective on what can universities do to reach out, and it's not only about refugees, but really reach out to engage with these big issues.
Thank you. And I also hear your conversations. two-way thing. Nesta has just given us a really good as to what universities can do when you have a refugee population, right, literally there in the way that you've said. And I mean, apart from anything else, that dispels the myth that we have a big refugee problem. But I think what we try to do more is look the other way, to say, try to have more understanding about, why is there such a large refugee flow, particularly with respect to women and children. And one of our major ways, I suppose two things that I really want to say on that. One is this real issue of trying to get a greater understanding of the incidence of sexual violence and armed conflict. So many of the people who are fleeing from appalling forms of sexual violence. They are not people who are coming, as we get from the Daily Mail, the scroungers, etc., etc. What they are doing is fleeing very real forms of not just the bombing and so on, but also forms of gender-based sexual violence, and the need to understand why that happened. Why do we now accept that that is a tactic of war? What are the appropriate responses to prevent and protect? Women, Peace and Security, our centre, has 4 pillars, and 2 of them are prevention and protection. And I think to try and understand those issues are absolutely vital. But I would also, so just 2 other points. Madeline and I are, to some extent, a bit of a double act, long-term working together. So usurping your role, Eric, sort of will come over. But I think 2 other really important points. I'm a lawyer. And I do think it's really important through our courses, through our research, through our teaching, to develop ideas among students as to how law can be both an instrument of resistance and an instrument of constantly showing how particularly human rights law can be used to address the many issues that are raised through migration, through refugee flows, through asylum claims. I've had students working recently on producing a systematic analysis of what are the obligations on states, on international organizations, on private organizations with respect to the refugees that they have. This is not an issue of welfare or it's an issue of legal obligation, and we need to really use human rights law. That starts through teaching, it starts through research, it starts through sort of pushing out further. And then the other point I was going to make, it also starts with working with, you were talking about working with various organizations. What we try and do in the centre is work a great deal with civil society organisations, women's non-governmental organisations, so to support their work, to feed into, to work as a dual team in many ways, which is where I turn, if I may,
sure.
to Madeline. Sorry, Eric.
Yeah, thank you, because this is part of the double act. Because for almost 20 years, I think it is, I have been using and abusing Christine's brain on how to actually get law to describe the real experiences of the women that I've been working with in places like Bosnia and now broadly. Because I'm also a lawyer, but my frustrations with law were that if we were not able to use human rights law to adjust the way and approaches that were made to law, we were going to end up with the sorts of issues that we have in relation to prosecution of sexual violence, the inevitable consent coming up, the way women are treated during the entire process, and that all of those things then are inimical to being able to give the sort of protection that is demanded by human rights law, by other law, but we can't achieve it unless we start joining up the different parts of the framework of law, which means looking at social economic rights. So what I was constantly doing was seeing it was not working, but not being smart enough myself to know how to make it work. I'd run to Christine and say, how do we do this? It's not working. How do we change it? What are the dynamics? And because of having an academic institution with the clout of the LSE, we were able then to start shifting the discourse in several areas, on trafficking, on sexual exploitation, by peacekeepers, to come up with legal frameworks which would then more accurately reflect what was actually happening to real people on the ground and who were trying to achieve some form of justice. Of course we're not there yet, because the institutions that we work with are highly patriarchal still. They still adhere to systems which are discriminatory on multiple grounds. And I think we've seen now how and I think the refugee issue has been one which has shown dramatically how ordinary people responded with incredible humanity and wrong-footed governments and institutions by the responses that they had. And it took a lot of fight back by the governments with the likes of the Daily Mail and other populist newspapers to create the fear factor again so that people push back. Whereas, in fact, the reality of the refugees was very, very different from the one that was being described by the media. But that pushback had an effect. And instead of looking to the real experience of the refugees and accurately describing it in law, we've now done the reverse. So we now need to push back, and that's where the universities come in again, to show the facts of migration, the facts of asylum seeking, the facts of being a refugee, and then what it means. And one example I would give is the absolute need to put the participation part of women, peace and security front and centre of that, because we can't talk about refugees. It's refugees who have to explain to us, who then have to have the response as to what it is that's wanted. You talk to most Syrian refugees throughout Europe, they don't want to stay in Europe. They want to go home. It was the same with the Bosnian refugees. They don't want to be in perpetuity outside of their country. It's the same with women who've been trafficked, who were accused then of seeking to lie about their trafficked status in order to migrate. Well, no, most migrants want to go home. If you actually do the analysis of what happens, most people stay home. Most people want to go back home. Most people want to earn money, then go home. But we don't hear that part of the narrative. And that, I think, is fundamentally lacking. And the problem we have right now is that facts, evidence, research, analysis is now old-fashioned because it doesn't matter. It's now how you feel. And this is the pushback, I think, and a challenge to the universities, is to make sure that the information we've got can then be translated into ways which actually does that empathy thing and makes people respond in a way which is helpful and supportive and gets us back in touch with our humanity. And we're not quite there yet, but I am optimistic.
Good. Thank you so much. I want to, we should conclude, but I just want to invite one or two questions if you want to. One. Okay. Yes. Can you give her a microphone?
Yeah, I'll take that back. Sorry. I don't know where I left it.
Hi, my name is Rana, and I work with the migrant community, bringing over children from Calais for the past year with the lawyers. So I was helping the lawyers facilitate the process. Fardoos here as well. That's how I knew her when I arrived. Anyway, I was just wondering, have you ever thought of, because I'm also a mediator, and I always thought, how amazing would it be if universities started getting the Syrian community together in the UK, in exile? It could be, very private, nothing on TV, nothing on record, just to talk about the conflict and mediate the conflict and come up with some practical solutions. If the university can be a platform for this, it would be ideal. And then it's obviously passed around as policy advice, maybe for the government, putting it forward, etc. Have you thought about doing something like this?
Do you want to take any more, Eric, or should we?
Well, if there's one more, we can. I mean, this, I think, is a very important question and something that certainly we have thought quite a lot about. And of course, there are initiatives like that. There has, for example, been a group created, Staffan de Mistura created this group of women advisors and actually involved some LSE faculty in that process. But maybe Christine, who wants to go on this?
Well, either go on, you can go.
I'll do a quick one because I'm not from university, but one of the things that we have been advocating is that the need to bring the Syrians together to design their own return program. So that basically they do want to go home, but it's not good enough to do what they did in Bosnia, scoop everybody up and dump them back at Sarajevo airport with nothing. And essentially it's a highly gendered process. You need to have the inclusivity. You want to make sure that you've got the social economic frameworks in place. But that's got to be done by them, for them. And the work that we're doing is to try and link that to the work that's being done in Syria at grassroots level now, particularly by women, on reclaiming bits of territory through the governance structures, insisting on the human rights frameworks. And if they can be linked then we can actually get the views from the diaspora helping to recreate a new environment. And it'll be cheaper for governments, because then there's no unnecessary duplications, no dumping of money, go build this. You know, it's actually designed by people for themselves. And I think that would be an extremely good way of using the resources of the university.
Yep, I think you said it.
Yeah. Well, thank you very much. I think you have got some sense of what universities are doing and what they could be doing, and of course what organizations like Madeleine is doing. Yeah, sure. Yeah.
Can I have the 30 seconds as well?
Yeah, 30 seconds. Just as a point of concern, universities shouldn't be seeing refugees as a subject for research. I get a lot of invitations or ideas about research. Some of these are really fascinating, but others are just not acceptable. So, for example, and excuse me if there's anyone who works on mental health. I mean, mental health for refugees, I mean, what do you think? Of course there's mental health problems for refugees. Those who left their homes, lost their family, maybe they got, sexually abused. I mean, definitely there are mental health issues. Unless you're doing an evaluation for intervention, you'd rather not spend the time and money and do the research. And don't use a model that you apply for those who are actually break up from a relationship, and a Western model about PTSDs and for refugees. Of course, their mental health is very, very challenged. Absolutely. So, and this is just an example, maybe there are others. But some specific research related to issues of interventions, whether programs are working, whether capacity building can work, how we can rebuild Syria and the return to Syria, I think can be really very effective. Let's not do the voyeurism in research and working with refugees, because that's sometimes universities tend to do and researchers tend to do.
Can I just take, and I think what you've just said is especially important in the context of sexual violence. It has to be so very careful. I was just going to make two more points about what universities can do. We can provide the tools, and open up where the tools are that can be used in the various programs and so on. And I would just make one, I imagine this has been said during the day, we shouldn't be being tolerant all the time. We've got to be empathetic with the right people. We've got to be angry, and angry at what is going on so often. So let's get too obsessed about being tolerant all the time.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. So thank you so much. I think you have given us a lot of ideas of what can be done, and also what to watch out for in opening up and studying also the refugee and migration issues. Thank you very much.
Pleasure. Thank you, Eric.
When we thought about, how could we engage on the migration issues, so as I said, it was about research, but it was also about reaching out, opening up LSE to migration, to refugees. And one way of doing that was to organize a video competition, a global video competition. And we teamed up with a... So we teamed up with a platform, a creative platform that has, at least one or maybe more LSE alum working to build it. And we formed this competition on videos. We found two fantastic judges, Patrick Kingsley, who is probably the foremost journalist working on migration in this country, possibly even in Europe, and Laura Gregory, who is one of the judges of Cannes Lions. We managed to raise some money to create prizes for the best videos from the Open Society Foundation. And we had contributions from so many parts of the world, and it was a very difficult process. We had a shortlist on our website. We had a lot of reactions. We fed this into the judges, and we found 6 finalists. So we're going to show you very quickly some parts of these videos, and you get a sense of what they're doing. So the instruction was to do a video not more than 5 minutes long on a topic related to migration and refugees. And so it's not working.
We'll make it happen then. My name is Timur Gregory. I'm a filmmaker. In November of 2015, I travelled to Greece to make a documentary about the migrant crisis. These are some of the people I met.
My name is Mariam Ibrahim Yusuf. I'm from Somalia. I left Somalia because of my tribe being persecuted by the other majority tribes. It impacted because we were the victims. They were burning houses.
This is my neighborhood after being struck by a suicide bombing. Usually, when such a catastrophe happens, you try to remember the place the same way as you used to. You will be looking for anything that defines this place's real worth to your heart. Maybe a childhood memory, a love story, a family visit, but the smell of the ruins mixed with human flesh.
Mi nombre es Luis Enrique Hernández, vengo de El Salvador y pues la neta, pues vamos buscándole la mejoría, ¿no? Salimos de nuestro país pues, a buscar un futuro mejor donde haya una oportunidad de trabajo, ¿no? Aquí en este camino pues uno se enfrenta con muchas dificultades.
In an ideal world, I believe we have the right to move about the globe.
Money whips around at lightning speed.
We have container ships transporting all kinds of products throughout the world.
The only thing that cannot move freely is people.
People?
That should be the one thing with the most rights to move.
So you saw that the wide variety of contributions from all around the world. And it was a very difficult choice between these 6 finalists. But there was a winner, and the winner is Monsa Davish. And, here is his video. Or there.
I'm a self-taught filmmaker and a guitarist. This is my city in Syria. Christmas 2013. I spent most of my days here. The mere idea of waking up one day, away from home, away from the people I cherish the most, and the city that has mixed with my blood, has always sent shivers down my spine. This is my cat, Lily. And this is Lynn, my fiancée at the time. We met only a couple of months before the war started. That's her cat, Lulu. Now, we're not the kind of people who would be supporting violence under any circumstances. Fighting over land, politics, belief, oil, or basically anything is disgraceful to us as humans. If we must fight and cannot agree that we're all the same, then we're not so civilized. Living in one of the most dangerous war zones was never our choice, and adapting was the only way to survive. This is my neighborhood after being struck by a suicide bombing. Usually, when such a catastrophe happens, you try to remember the place the same way as you used to. You will be looking for anything that defines this place's real worth to your heart. Maybe a childhood memory, a love story, a family visit, but the smell of the ruins, mixed with human flesh, will keep dragging you back to reality. After the incident, we went to Athens, where we bought 2 fake Spanish identity cards. You realize how wrong and unfair the world is when 2 fake documents grant you smiles instead of the looks of disgust, respect instead of suspicion and fear, and a comfortable place in an airplane heading to Amsterdam.
Well, I think you can. you can see why we were so fascinated by and moved by this film. If it works now, we will actually have Monster on Skype. So let's see if it works. So Monster is now living, I believe, outside The Hague in a small community. We tried to get him here. He, as was mentioned before, he cannot travel inside Europe, or at least. Monster, can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Hi. Hello.
Hi. Well, I think everyone here is just so moved and fascinated by your video. You did a journey that very few of us could even imagine. But you know, what were you thinking when you decided to document it? What was it that you wanted to bring across to the rest of the world?
Well, first of all, I'm so honored that you found my work. That you actually liked my work. Actually, I was so moved that my story was good. My camera was the only thing that I had in my backpack when I decided to take this journey. You can't tell if you will make it or not, and that's why it's really easy to decide that I'm gonna document this, because if I didn't make it, at least people would see that what I've would see my route, would see my half of my journey, well, luckily I made it, and I was able to tell the story, and that was the goal. That was the main goal, to tell the story. When someone asked me like, why did you come here, or why are you a refugee in the Netherlands and not in Turkey or not in Algeria, or why did you leave your home in the first place? And I can simply show them this small clip, and hoping it would spot a light on some part of the problem. So yeah.
Well, I think you certainly succeeded in your ambition. I see that you're wearing a metallic T-shirt. So we have certain shared music. You're now living in Holland, and you described to me, and I want you to tell us a little bit about what happened when you were trying to join us here in London at this celebration of your video. Tell me what was the reaction from the authorities?
Well, when I can only go to London when I have a travel document, because I cannot use my Syrian passport. It has expired. So I went to the municipality here to apply for a travel document for me and Lynn, and my wife. So they told me to get back tomorrow, and they would call me tomorrow. But the next day they sent me a letter, and they said, we do not believe that you were here in Holland. You were actually in the UK for the previous months, and we need proof that you were here, and your bank statements and every document you can provide to prove that you're not lying. So it was impossible for me to get the passport, and therefore travel to attend the event.
Well, I hope very much that we have a chance later in the year to see you here in London. So could you just say, what now in Holland, how do you see yours and Lynn's future? Do you want to stay in Holland? What kind of life can you live in Holland? What would bring you back to Syria?
Well, of course, we would like to do everything we like to do. I would like to, for example, play music or make films, and Lynn would like to draw and make art and this kind of things. But we cannot know for sure that Holland in the next few years would continue to, welcome us, because as everyone can notice, the laws are changing every day, and I don't think it's impossible or out of sight that one day we will not be welcome in Holland or Europe, or I'm not sure, but unfortunately that's how I see it. That's how I see it's going to
Well, I think we can very much share your concerns about that. Did you get any cats? Yeah.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah. Well, thank you very much, Monser, and we're very happy that you will get the first prize of £5,000.
It's a great pleasure.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
And we hope
thank you so much for helping me to tell my story. It means a lot to me and to Lynn.
Yeah, and as we were saying before when we talked, that you have a chance maybe now to make another video of what happened in Holland and share that with us and help move the debate forward. Thank you very much, Monser, and
thank you so much.
All the best to Lynn.
I appreciate it. Thank you so much.
So I just want to say what the judges said. So an accomplished piece of filmmaking that sits right up there with the very best documentaries. That's from Patrick Kingsley, who actually won Foreign Affairs Journalist of the Year here in the UK. And Laura Gregory said, Monser allowed us to walk in his shoes, see through his eyes, and feel his fear and isolation. I think that summarizes very well what Monser had achieved. And it all started, you could say, because we had this collaboration with Cheney. And here's a short little video that Phil, who worked for Cheney and who happens to be a Syrian refugee here in London.
They say home is where the heart is. They say home is where love resides and memories are created. But I still remain searching for one. Or at least I think I've been for the last 3 years. You see, I'm a Syrian refugee, taken away from home and sheltered by London, a beautiful big city with life, lights, and madness. I find myself left with pictures of home, pictures of memories, moments, and loved ones, pictures of a better time left behind. And so, I decided to keep taking pictures, to keep creating moments, to find strangers and grow together becoming loved ones, to find experiences which blossom to memories, and to find new friends and grow a family. And I suddenly had an epiphany. My pictures disintegrated from a physical medium into my surroundings, a moment of beauty where it all came together. And what I saw was incredible. Suddenly I saw bits of home everywhere I went. I saw bits of my family, bits of my friends and my loved ones. My old pictures once disintegrated and now a perfect fit. And I found myself with albums, pictures of the new and old, albums that now have become my new life.
Well, I think that tells you a little bit of someone who has living the life of a refugee here in London. It's been a pure pleasure to work with Cheney and with Phil and with Alex here. We also have actually one of the finalists here in the audience. Tim, are you here? Tim Gregory? So on behalf of all the competitors and the finalists, congratulations, Tim, and there will be a prize for you as well. So thank you very much.
As you may have noticed, we had an education segment, a business segment, migration, clearly a huge part. So now we'd like to finish off with a few quick burst sparks and an insight blast, the final one. But before that, I'd like to invite Teddy's son, Teddy, onto stage, please. If you would give a round of applause to Teddy. Teddy conceptualized and hosted a brainstorming session yesterday. Actually, why don't you tell us?
Sure, thank you, Lotfe. So when Lotfe first came to me, and just as background, I'm a student here at LSE, about how to engage the student community in polarization, we sort of came up with this idea for a hackathon together, because the LSE community is so diverse. We have 150 different nationalities, 100 different languages spoken, and for our student community, it's really a topical issue about polarization. And I thought, what better thing to do than to have a hackathon event. And hackathon, for those of you who don't know, is basically an intense brainstorming session where people work in groups to come up with ideas that they can then present. And so we challenged a group of students about what they can do to address polarization. And is there a clicker?
The clicker, did Alex run away with the clicker?
Ah, okay.
Sorry, you point at the...
Yeah, so this was yesterday. We got a group of really fantastic people together, and we also got experienced mentors from different fields, from academia to social enterprise to the corporate sector. And we gathered here in the LSE Student Union, and we worked on some really fascinating ideas. So firstly, we had the mentor sessions where people gave elements of their experiences, and then everybody sat down in groups, and we had pizza, and we had some brainstorming, and we really explored. So I wanted to present to you 5 ideas that came out of the evening from our participants. The first one is using virtual reality to mitigate discrimination. I'm sorry, you can't see the bottom. So recently, if you know about Airbnb, which is a room hosting website, they have problems with discrimination between the hosts and the guests. And what one of our groups thought was really interesting is to use virtual reality on the online Airbnb platform so that people can immerse themselves in the cultural background of the person that they're hoping to stay with. So rather than just using it as a hotel room, they will instead go through their computer into the normal lives of their hosts or their guests and see what their communities are like, and to walk around the streets with them. And that way it would help them to understand people from different backgrounds. Our second idea was a matching service. So from our Facebook feeds, it's fairly easy to tell what someone's political affiliation is. And it's also able to track people's interests and so forth. And you might have heard of a very famous app called Tinder, which matches people based on their similarities. Well, we thought maybe we can make a different app that also uses people's Facebook information, but instead it matches people from across the political spectrum. So we will match someone from the left with someone from the right, someone who perhaps supports the Green Party with someone who supports UKIP. And similarly, they can come and talk to each other and maybe find that they have things in common, for example. The third idea is a news streaming service, but again, people from the recent US elections realized that we're all in the echo chamber of our own making. So we listen to news that agree with us. We speak to friends who agree with us. So it's very difficult to understand the other side. Whereas this news streaming service will add on top of your own selections something different into the mix. It will give you the opposite point of view so that it will regularly sort of suggest news articles or sources that you've never thought about engaging with. And this is a way for the users to understand what the other side is really thinking. The fourth idea is a food collection service. So here we think, so Deliveroo and Uber Eats and all of this is delivering food to people who are, relaxing in their homes. But what about the people who have to go to sleep hungry? Isn't that a problem that we need to look at? So instead, what we thought about was having a collection service where you have a large event and you have leftover food that's in perfect quality, or if you have you order too much raw ingredients for something but you're not able to use it, then you use this app to call the delivery service, which then takes the ingredients or the food to a homeless shelter for the people there. And our last idea is a community activities organization app. So here, where people in the local community want to do something together, they can organize themselves. So for example, if they decided that the local playground was to run down, then everyone from the local community can contribute ideas and then get together to organize a day where they can work together to solve this problem. So this is basically some of the ideas that we came up with, and it's we had a very sort of intense brainstorming session, and people had had a lot of fun. So, yeah.
Here you go, Noah.
Thank you all very much. My name is Noah Gaffney-Slaney, and I am a digital strategist, social impact consultant, and fellow of social innovation at the University of Cambridge. And so, given my focus on the digital space, I thought the conversations we've been having today have been really interesting. And obviously, the recent election, Brexit, and other global phenomenon have really led us to think about the role that social media plays in our behaviors on and offline. And so we've been talking a lot about echo chambers, filter bubbles, fake news, and other initiatives that are really harmful on social media. But one thing that we haven't been talking about, and one of the things that I think has been really powerful about social media, is its ability to bring people together. And so I grew up in the States with an Israeli mom and a Chilean father, and actually when I was growing up, it was very rare to get insight into other cultures. And so every summer when we would visit Israel, it was very interesting to me to see Robbie Williams, who is this international superstar that I'd never heard of in the States. And likewise, my father was a big football fan and would watch the World Cup once every 4 years. And that was just something that wasn't a part of my culture growing up in the States. And nowadays, of course, you can't go anywhere without hearing Shakira. Black Friday, which we know is today, is now a global phenomenon that takes place in London. And of course, there are just many examples of memes and other small elements of culture that are being so porously passed around the world. And one of the reasons for that is social media. And so I believe that this is creating a lot of opportunities for people to engage in a completely different way, and particularly for millennials to engage in a different way as the first generation of digital natives. And so I really believe that millennials are different in 3 particular ways. The first is that millennials are pragmatic, and they're really willing to work within systems to drive change, which I think will be more important than ever. So unlike the baby boomers or Gen X, who have been categorized by a strong desire to really tear the system apart or ignore the system altogether, you have a generation that's coming up now and will be the next generation of leaders who's actually willing to drive change forward using business and government as a tool. So again, really thinking through the ramifications of that, I think, will be really powerful. The second is that this generation is integrated. So millennials are really looking to engage around social causes through all aspects of their lives. They're more interested in the role of social enterprise can play. They're engaging in initiatives such as Movember, which is not only a way to give back to a social cause, but also a social element and something where they can really engage with others in a fun way. And of course, Movember has now tapped into this idea of moving, and sports for social change is a really common element across millennials because people don't see that one aspect of their lives needs to be separated from another. For millennials, it's all, it all counts towards social good. And then the final piece, of course, is that millennials are empowered in a way that previous generations simply couldn't be. And so I think social media has enabled millennials in particular to engage with those in power in a really new and compelling way. And of course, those in power are engaging with the public in a new way as a result. So even though we're seeing many of the negative ramifications of social media these days, I'm still quite positive, and I believe that we all have a role to play in keeping the internet open, because the internet is only as open as the people who use it.
Veronica Nieder.
Hi, I'm a theatre practitioner, and as the world is speeding up crazily, we need to slow down and learn to breathe again and just be in our bodies and actually engage all our intelligences, not just our brain, our hearts, our body. So as a theatre practitioner, I was looking for something that could make a difference in the world, and I found it. It's my life, playback theatre. It's a spontaneous, improvisational form of theatre that really listens to people's stories from the audience. People volunteer. It's not enforced. You volunteer to tell, and we immediately, spontaneously perform them back. It generates empathy. It generates real dialogue, a real listening to each other in a full human way. Don't we need more of that in this world? We do. I believe we do. And if you'd like to know more about it, talk to me, search Playback Theatre. It makes a difference, it really does.
Thank you. So my name's John Alexander. I run a thing called the New Citizenship Project, kind of innovation consultancy come think tank. There's been a lot of ideas, lots of different things. I've got some real favourites. I just wanted to so I'm going to be really punchy. I just wanted to share a little stat and a kind of thought for today particularly. One of the things we do is some social psychology research, step forward into the light. I should have done that slowly and kind of advanced into it. So I just want to tell you about one study we did because it's very relevant today. What we did was we asked 2,000 people one question: to what extent do you think it's important to participate actively in society? Before they answered that question, for 1,000 of the 2,000 people, we asked them, to what extent do you think it's important to find brands that fit your personality? The people who saw that question, regardless of the extent to which they agreed with it, were then significantly less likely to agree with the participation question. So, and the same is true if you do studies where you put the word consumer response study on the front half versus the word citizen, and this what lies behind the name of my organisation. And I guess that's just the reason I picked that out of all the stuff I could have shared with you is today being Black Friday, what we've been talking about here, let's have a little awareness as we go out into that. Let's think about some of the things we've heard of, like being present, being the change you want to see, which is in Caroline's words. Think about the empathic business, think about some of the prompts that are around us and telling us and encouraging us to behave in certain ways and kind of go a little more consciously. And today of all days. Thank you.
I actually work on job polarization. So polarization for me, what it has been is basically the hollowing out of the labor market, this disappearing middle. Therefore, employment growth in the low-skilled and high-skilled, and they actually have middle-class jobs disappearing. So that's how I come about at this polarization themed event. And therefore, what you can see, this has been a long-term phenomenon from 1985 to 2005, where you can see this in the US. Now, what has happened in the last 3 recessions, in blue you have employment in routine occupations, and this has drastically disappeared in the last 3 recessions because employers took the chance of actually getting rid of idle jobs in those occupations. So what I'm trying to get at is that this is much more than just the Internet of Things, of millennials, and of actually the future work, not just in the past couple of years. It's something that has been a long-term phenomenon, and we should not, in a way, get stuck into thinking that we should address this right now. It's something that, is just happening right now. It has been going on for a while. Automation has been going on for a while. Now, what you can probably see here is most of you would think, okay, it's the results from the US elections. Actually, it is not. It's free trade's impact on the United States. It's the exposure of all the different countries to Chinese imports. Now, there is some correlation there, of course, with the results. What I'm trying, again, to get at is let's focus on this phenomena, addressing these phenomena such as globalization, such as automation. But these are phenomena that were also mainly present in the 90s, 2000s. And what we should look at is also at the benefits we have had from these phenomena, such as, millennials have greatly benefited from globalization. So let's have our mind open and not think just, oh, globalization is so bad or automation is so bad. Thank you very much.
Well, good afternoon, everyone. I'm very conscious I'm one of the very few things between you and lunch, so I'll keep this, try to keep it short and crisp. I'll be bringing in some, having seen how a lot of the kind of insights today came around communities and networks, some of our kind of research and practice over the last years, and hopefully a couple of the insights that came out of it. And one of the things that really struck me, particularly in our research, was that essentially when you look at the world today, how organizations work, how a lot of communities work, they're essentially still based on this very old Maslow hierarchy of needs, Most of you probably, who of you came across Maslow's hierarchy of needs? Yeah, most of you. So you first fulfill material needs, then safety needs, then emotional needs. And if you still have time one day, then you self-actualize, then you kind of do the creative things, then you become authentic, right? So someone like Bill Gates, he first sets up Microsoft, makes a lot of money, and then sets up a foundation and gives it all back. You first do well, then you do good. Now you have more primary needs emerging, like electricity and batteries and Wi-Fi. But essentially, it's kind of the idea of walking up the hierarchy or walking it down. That's unfortunately also how a lot of communities and NGOs, particularly when it comes to more vulnerable populations, are organized. We work a lot in South Africa, Kenya, in the low-income contexts in those countries. And it's always unbelievable to me to see the Western arrogance of assuming that people just want better food and better shelter, and this idea that it's all about pushing resources in. It's actually quite the opposite. It's about trying to understand, and I think we talked about this in some of the sessions earlier, trying to understand how can we build the capacity, the platform, so that people can actually make their own ideas happen and be proud of what they do and really have a certain meaning. So what we believe is emerging as kind of an enlightened circle of needs, so that people want to fulfill those needs at the same time in all geographies, in all kind of socioeconomic backgrounds, and that we actually need to be able to understand that it's about building communities and companies that make this kind of idea of an enlightened self-interest come alive. So this idea that if I have a circle of needs, the more I can cater to the circle of needs of others, the more actually they can cater and won't cater back to me. So it's this kind of enlightened self-interest model of capitalism that is emerging. And that kind of leads us to this. Those of you interested, if you Google our names and kind of what we're doing here, we do a lot around how do you actually build communities or networks that can make that happen and build these relationships. So these are kind of really going from action-driven purpose to different models of how do you actually leverage technology for those of you interested. So being a German, I want to finish on a philosophical note. I couldn't leave the room without doing that. Where I grew up in Heidelberg, we have a philosopher's way. And Goethe was writing his poems there. And Viktor Frankl, the psychotherapist, he took a lot of his ideas. And Viktor Frankl, he survived the Holocaust, and he always wondered, why did I, Viktor, survive several concentration camps psychologically? Of course, physiologically, you didn't have a choice, but psychologically, a lot of people gave up hope, and he kept this kind of sense of meaning. And he wrote an amazing book about it, those of you interested, The Search for Meaning. But he always tried to find a small meaning in the day, so still helping a person, and a big meaning, like still wanting to write a book. But also he had this flight instructor who came to him, and he wanted to learn how to fly, Victor, and he asked the flight instructor, so how do I do it? And the flight instructor told him, look, Victor, if you want to start flying, you have to start like this. If you want to fly like this, you have to start like this, because the wind will pull you down. So if you start as a realist, you end up as a depressionist. But if you start as an optimist, you end up as the real realist. And Goethe used to say that a couple of 100 years ago, when he said that if you take man as he is, you make him worse. But if you take man as what he could be, you make him capable of becoming what he can be. And I believe this is particularly true in the kind of context of the refugee situation we have discussed, in the context of particularly working with vulnerable populations, where it is about the question of, it's not about the current situation where someone's in. It's about identifying what are the unique passions, talents, dreams that are behind that situations that we see, and then really going about and developing the platforms that help people see where they could be, and then give them the tools to actually get there. Thank you.
All right. Did I miss anyone? No, I hope not. So we're kind of done. There's a lot of food up there, untouched. So please do help yourselves to that. I don't know about you, but I had a good time. I thought we had a few things to digest. I should thank people. There's a lot of people here who've worked behind the scenes. The LSE family, the Institute of Global Affairs, the International Relations Department. I don't know if they're all here. Particularly the two Sophies. Is Sophie around? Yeah. I can see one of the Sophies. Could I get a round of applause, please? And is Sophie Wise around? Sophie's at registration. And I see Jerry, I see Alex, I see so many others. So thank you to everybody. I think the only thing to say is let's just remember what it is that we're trying to solve. I don't think we have the solutions, but as I said at the start, this should be the start of a counterinsurgency. So thank you very much. Thanks again for your time. Let's have some food upstairs. Cheers.